Hey there, REM-PCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we'll be chatting with returning guest Bryan CP Steele, now of Evil Genius Games. We have a fantastic giveaway of a copy of Everyday Heroes: The Vault, and you can enter to win by typing hashtag REMPC in the chat, and that gets you one free entry. The drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of Emerald Glitch, the Key to Emerald City, which is coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries to win by donating bits or subscribing. So enter to win. Everyday Heroes is really cool, and I'm going to be entering as soon as I'm not talking to you. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. Now, in Rem Alternis news, if you are looking for all-natural soaps, lotions, potions, and more exciting alchemical wonders, look no further than Pure Alchemy Soaps, specializing in handcrafted RPG-themed soaps with unique fragrances that perfectly encompass who your character is in any campaign. Check out the link in chat below to get your own. Persephone is now available on BackerKit Pledge Manager for pre-order. The prolific science fiction author Kevin J. Anderson has teamed up with film producer Jeffrey Morris to bring you this story of space travel and human survival. Check it out now to get your copy and the other awesome rewards. Now, time to get right into our interview for this week, so stay tuned, REM-PCs. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back to you, Bryan. It's great to see you again.
Hello, hello, hello. All you REM-PCs out there.
REM-PCs. I loved it. My community came up with that name when we were streaming on twitch.tv/Master of Rem. Some people, they're still divided. Some people call them Rem Rats, and I really like REM-PCs. So
I think maybe you could have 2 different tiers. You could have like REM-PCs are just everybody, and the Rem Rats are like, like the inner circle.
I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I feel weird calling people rats.
Rats are people too. Secret of Nim, secret of Rem,
Awesome. Well, I'm really excited to have you back. We talked about all the cool things happening with you last time, but God, there's been even more cool stuff you've done since then.
The world moves very quickly.
Yeah.
It is. When was the last time that we did this?
I was worried you were going to ask me that.
I honestly don't remember.
But I think
we've slept a lot since then.
We were talking about your work on Essence 20 and Power Rangers and Transformers and G.I. Joe and stuff like that. So
still within a year or so. I mean,
yeah.
It has been relatively recent. I mean, I still have another book for Essence 20 that hasn't even come out yet, and I'm not there anymore. Like,
oh wow, yeah.
Like, so, yeah, no, it's the world has moved very, very quickly in lots of different ways.
Well, I can't wait to talk about it. Now, for those of you also new and haven't seen Bryan's previous episode, Bryan is also one of the fiction authors for Shadowrun. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your books that have been published already for Shadowrun?
So I started my Shadowrun fiction foray with the Trolls section of the novella compilation. My title, my part of it was Rude, Rude the Troll.
That's in
it's the it's killing.
I know the name of it.
Yeah, it's about a run that went the frame job.
The frame job, complete frame job.
Yes, the compilation is the frame job.
Yeah.
My section was called Rude because all of the sections are named after the characters that are being portrayed in that book. I started with that one. I did a couple of short stories that have yet to appear, although I've been told one is appearing soon, which is good. But then the first two full-length novels that came out was Tourist Trapped, which takes place in the time of where all so many cities were going dark. And then Control Issues came out last year, which is our first foray into Shadowrun Berlin. That's where we take that. A great part of that story takes place over there. So
it's like the timeline is lining up. So I'm very excited about a couple of these things, by the way. So little back history on some Shadowrun merch here. So we just launched at Catalyst the 6th World Core Rulebook, which is 6th edition. And the first printing was the Seattle edition. And now the New City edition is Berlin. So that just hit stores. So it's the exact same rule book, like the 90% of it is the same, but the back section will give you like lore on Seattle or Berlin, whichever book you have.
It's all in German, the whole thing.
It was actually written by one of our German contacts over there that I think does translations and stuff for us. So by a real Berliner. So that was really cool. So it's neat that some of that lore came out beforehand. I'm excited to read that. And then the other reason I'm very excited about the complete frame job and Rude is that Rude is one of the characters in the beginner box. So if you're just getting into Shadowrun, I've run a couple of adventures on live stream. I think I did one at Gen Con for some voice actors and Thorneye and stuff like that. And so playing Rude the Troll, you get a little of his story and flavor and taste too. So and awesome. You get Frostburn I don't know if Frostburn. Yeah, Frostburn's in the complete frame job. You, who's the covert ops specialist, is in it, and I don't think it's Zip File.
Well, Zip File is one of the. Oh, but I was gonna say that's one of the iconics. That's one of the ones from.
Yeah, one of the ones in the beginner box, but I don't think it's Zip File that's in.
Oh, okay.
I think it's someone else. But anyway, and I really like that book too because it's one run, but you get like the first part of the run from the perspective of you. Then you get the second part of the run from the perspective of Rude. And then the third from Frostburn.
It was a really cool project because basically we were given, this is the complete story, but really you only need to worry about this part. And then we were given a couple of story beats that were very specific. Like, hey, make sure that at some point you have to talk about the fact that Zip File is late. It's so there's just enough like Venn diagram crossing over that when you're reading one chapter, you get a couple of beats and go, oh, I know what he's talking about because that already happened.
Neat.
So that was a lot of fun. That was a really fun project.
Awesome. So Shadowrun author, you've got all of the cool stuff that you've done with Renegade that we were talking about. So I'm going to ask you this again. Sometimes we get different answers.
No worries.
But my favorite question to start out with is, what is your history as a gamer?
My history as a gamer?
Yeah. Where did you start?
When or where?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I first played when I was when I was very, very little. I was like 7. But I was definitely just handed dice. Like it was, my cousin was like, here's a character, you're a dwarf, you have an axe and you hate goblins. Here are some dice, roll them and we'll tell you if you do well. Like that was pretty much my intro. Gaming, like actually realizing, hey, this is fun. Make believe with rules is cool. Happened probably around 12 or 13. It probably took me about 4 or 5 years to really decide that this was something to get into. As with just about everybody else, I started out with D&D of various varieties. I still have my old shoot up, crayon in the dice around here somewhere. And then moved on to things like, Rifts and Traveler and kind of found my way elsewise. But, D&D has always been, part of one of the vertebrae in the backbone. And then around 15 or 16, I found miniature gaming and was like, wait, I get to play with toys and it's grown-up toys. There's grown-ups playing these toys. I can do this forever, and I have at this point. but yeah, now there isn't really a part of gaming that I don't find appealing. And this industry is all about, or supposed to be anyway, is all about making people happy. And I've started to coin a phrase that I use on my YouTube show is try and leave every room that you enter a little happier than when you got there.
Oh, I
And
like that.
and as long as everybody tries to do that, all of our spaces would be so much cooler. So
Oh,
that's my shtick. That's what I try to do.
awesome. So let's talk a little bit about Evil Genius.
Yes.
So I always have to stop and think because I'm like, evil beagle, evil hat, okay, evil genius.
Evil Genius Games, officially, yeah.
There's a lot
home
of
everyday heroes.
a lot of evil.
Primary line.
Yeah, tell us about the company and how you got involved with it.
When things, so the company itself, Evil Genius Games, our primary line is Everyday Heroes. It is a 5e inspired, basically a D&D modern, but true modern, like no magic and stuff. That's for other accessories to add later. But initially, it's basically the role playing recreation of like action adventure movies. Where you are taking the place of that cook from Under Siege that suddenly finds themselves telling somebody about how I was once a Navy SEAL. Like you get to go into a lot of these action movie tropes and just play it to the hilt and go that way. I got pulled in to Evil Genius. I was between contracts at Renegade. I was between books, and a dear friend of ours, Rob Weiland. I had a taco with him at Gamehole Con, and like a month later, he sent me an email and he's like, "Hey, there's this little company that's looking for scenario writers, and I know you're always looking for gigs." And so I threw an email at him. I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll take a look at what you got." And they had a couple of really cool licenses that they were looking for scenarios for, one of which was Total Recall, which I'm a big fan of the movie. Both of them, even I even like the remake. And they were just looking for people to write adventures for conventions, and so I started penning one of those. And about halfway through writing that adventure, the owner of the company, Dave Scott, sends me an email and he goes, "Hey, I just saw that you're doing some work for us, and I looked at your CV and you've done a lot of stuff." I was like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna brag, but yeah, I've been around." And he was like, "Why are you doing scenarios?" And I was like, "Well, it's because that's what that's what I got hired to do." Like, I don't know what to say. And he's like, "Well, you should do more. We've got some licenses that we need a lot more work on." And one of them was it's currently a thing that I can't really talk a whole lot about. But we did well, no, we the Rebel Moon situation.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That was the thing that I originally got hired to do.
Okay.
And we dove in real hard on that, worked with Zach on that, and made a really cool, very, very cool thing. And then more on that down the road when marketing has allowed us to talk about stuff.
You can check Google for more.
Very much so. Actually, our Evil Genius website, we have a whole link dedicated to our whole situation with Netflix.
Cool.
But that's what brought me over to the company. And my first 4 or 5 months were working pretty much solely on that project. And then about as that, I won't say started coming to a close, but when it was kind of ramping up to the creation aspect of it was mostly done, and now it was starting to go into like editing and that kind of thing. Dave was like, "Hey, I've got a bunch of other sci-fi stuff here. Are you interested in coming on full time?" And he offered me the gig to be the producer of all of our sci-fi lines, and I took it. And
That's
so
awesome.
that's where I'm at now. I'm the producer developer of all of our sci-fi games over at Evil Genius.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
So what are the different sci-fi lines that you can talk about of Evil Genius?
Well, everything that I can talk about is out already. We just launched Universal Soldier. So that's out in stores that pre-ordered it, or the people. Hello, doggy.
He was whining at me, so he's part of the conversation.
That's okay. We like the doggies. My doggies are too big to be in here. They would be a pain in the butt. So Universal Soldier, Pacific Rim, Kong Skull Island,
Ooh.
Highlander, The Crow,
Ooh.
Rambo. Trying to think of the other ones that we've got. I know there's a couple more. Escape from New York. That's another one that I do personally. But yeah, we have a lot of these licenses. We work with the movie companies directly to make sure that everything they check on all the stuff that we do to make sure that we're not producing stuff that's cross canon. I've had lots of meetings with people that I don't feel, call it imposter syndrome if you will, but I've been in rooms with people that I'm like, why are you talking to me? I'm talking about making games and you're telling me about multi-million-dollar movies. It's like, it has nothing to do with me. But it's a lot of fun. I'm having a really good time over there. We've got a bunch of cool stuff set up for next year. Obviously, that's the stuff I can't talk about until we make official announcements and the like. But yeah, no, we're having a lot of fun. We started releasing our own PDF stuff as well through our website and through drive-through. I myself, I put out two. The third one's coming out in a couple weeks, called the Agency Files, which is basically a way to add a Men in Black style campaign to Everyday Heroes, including all the chromed out, tchotchke weirdness that you see in the movies, without directly ripping off an IP that we're not paying for. We put out basically run the serial numbers off of Sons of Anarchy. We put out the Outlaw Biker Gang rules to have outlaw biker gangs or motorcycle clubs. I'm sorry, to be specific. During one of our meetings, I was told that there's a drastic difference.
Oh,
I'm like, okay. He's like, yeah, a gang is just a bunch of people that got together and are wreaking havoc. A motorcycle club has heart and has rules and has offices. And I'm like, all right, cool. I have been schooled. So the second Outlaw Gang or Outlaw Bikers comes out tomorrow, I think. I think that actually comes out tomorrow.
Oh, wow. And we can find that on the Evil Genius website?
Yep. You'll be able to go to Evil Genius website to get that, or it'll show up on drive-through at the same time.
Okay.
We have a very nice relationship with drive-through.
Cool. So a question for you with all of these different lines. So I've always been more of a fantasy fan than sci-fi, like growing up. And of course, some of that has changed with my love of Shadowrun and stuff like that. But some of the stuff you mentioned, like I know the names from growing up, and it was like never my fandom. So have you ever run into that where you're like, oh, I've got to work on, like you brought up Rambo. I can't imagine me being like, oh boy, I'm working on Rambo. Are there any names where you're like, how do I put heart into this when it's like not my thing?
One of the things that I think Dave, the owner, has done a real good job is that the stable of people that he's put together. One of the other producers, Rich Redman, is very much into the more gritty military history, that kind of thing. So things like Rambo and to a certain degree Universal Soldier, those fall in his wheelhouse like perfectly. So he knows exactly who to talk to. He knows who to reach out to be like, I need this author and this author to help out.
Okay.
And then we brought BJ Hensley on to do our Everyday Arcana, which is going to be our kind of the an urban arcana, like a more of a fantasy modern, mixing a little magic with our guns, kind of Dresden Files, supernatural, that kind of stuff. That's slotted for sometime next year to come out.
Cool.
And BJ's in charge of that. So things like The Crow and Highlander will kind of fall under her umbrella.
Okay.
Where if it's in the near future or on a spaceship or something, that's in my wheelhouse.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So you talked a little bit about your role. What does a producer do? Like, what is the process like?
Oh man, whatever's necessary. It's we plan out the project. We put together the guidelines and guardrails of the different adventures and things. We do a lot of the higher end planning. I figure out what the writers are going to be. A lot of times we do a lot of the writing ourselves as well, because all three of us are creatives in our own right. And if I'm super excited about if I'm super excited about a Pacific Rim project, I might hand some of it to a freelancer, to someone else, and then I'll do the rest in my own time.
Cool. Okay.
Um, the it's basically we're the kind of the manager of these lines and these projects, and then we all answer to Dave. If Dave has an idea that's I want this project to be this, and then ultimately we answer to the license holder.
Cool. Yeah.
If Legendary steps in and says, no, 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 you don't get to make that cool weapon for your Jaegers. No, 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 that's right out. Then no, I don't get to do that. Then
Right.
we got to pivot and figure out something else to do.
Okay. All right. Cool. Um, so let's talk a little bit then. You've got all these extra projects outside of Evil Genius as well, because
Yeah, dude, I
that's not
can't
enough.
because sleep is optional. Yeah, no,
So
I have always been the kind of person that burns the candle a little bit at both ends. I've been able to relax on that quite a bit recently,
good.
just because having a more steady gig allows me to set up my schedule weeks in advance, and I can say, okay, this night, this night, this night, and this weekend, I'm going to work on side stuff, and
Cool.
not have to super stress about everything all the time.
Awesome.
But yeah, I apart from the Shadowrun novels, which that as far as I'm concerned, I will write novels until I can't write anymore.
Aw.
I love telling stories, and if given the opportunity to do so in a way that people will actually read them, um, I will absolutely. Making some money on the side is nice as well, but I will always love that feeling when
Cool.
someone talks about a character that you've created, or I've popped on a Reddit here or there where someone starts to wax philosophical about this particular character, and what do you think that they do in their spare time? And I laugh, and back in my head, I'm like, they don't exist in spare time. Like they were there, they were a walk-on, they were a cameo, but it's those kinds of things that that's the reason why we do this, is to try and that person had a good time talking about it, thinking about it, having a discussion about it, and hopefully it didn't turn out to be like this nasty hate fest or anything. But and even if it did, if they get their weird enjoyment out of being nasty about something I created, yeah, okay, as long as you're not being nasty to someone.
Well, it's interesting because there's one of the Shadowrun novellas I've read. It's coming out any day now on audiobook. It's
Okay.
called Nothing Personal, and it's by Olivier Gagnon.
Okay.
And it's from a Mr. Johnson's perspective, and he sucks. This is Gen Con TV. I'm going to use nice words, but he is a son of a biscuit, and it was interesting because listening to the author or the narrator, I was like, I'm trying like to separate that you aren't this horrible person because I've heard you say these words. So but like it's fun to kind of hate on the Joffrey Baratheon character, like
I will say it and say it again. Writing villains is 1,000 times easier than writing heroes. And which maybe that speaks to my some deep darkness I got going on. But it is so much easier to write something that I know that if I was in that game, or I was in watching that movie, that I would be so on board with the protagonist kicking that guy in the junk. Would be it is so much easier to just flex, because you don't have the same constraints that you don't want the hero to be painted in that way. So you're like, I'm just going to go nuts with the villain.
It's easier to write directly what someone wants and doing it than like what's right and how do you define right.
Yeah.
Or how do they define right? Because it doesn't have to be the same.
Look at us getting deep on a video.
Here on Gen Con TV, we talk about the deep philosophical arguments of game.
We go deep. Yeah.
Gaming, yes. Awesome. So let's talk a little bit about Warzone Eternal.
Yeah.
What is it?
So it's a skirmish miniatures game set in the Mutant Chronicles universe. The Warzone has had various versions of this game for like almost 30 years at this point. At this point, it's about 3 years ago. Alex Knaus, the owner of Resnova. Oh, I realize I'm wearing my my hoodie right now, my Warzone hoodie. Alex reached out to me and was like, "Hey, I love what you did with Dark Age. Dark Age was a miniatures game that I used to run, that I used to manage and create over at Cool Money or Not um, several years ago." And he goes, "I loved that game. I have this license. You've mentioned on your show, your YouTube show, that you used to play Warzone back in the day. Do you want to help me bring it back?" And I obviously, it's a product that I love. It's a genre that I love. It's a game that was super close to my heart back in the '90s. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in. And over the last couple of years, we put it together. We had a successful Kickstarter earlier this year to get it off the ground, and yeah, it's we're having a lot of fun with it. It is I don't say it's a breath of fresh air. It's a lot of stress, but it is definitely. I'm not used to being with a company that is really only like two people. um, but it's awesome. Anybody who has played the former versions of Warzone, they'll see a lot of influence from the last games because we always loved those. But a lot of those older games were exactly that. They were very old. Like they play old. They feel like a product of their time. And miniature gaming has evolved quite a bit. So we updated the rules. We I won't say reinvented the wheel, but we polished the wheel and put it on a brand new car. And so we're looking to be in retailers. We had I think just shy of 30 retail accounts back during the Kickstarter.
Oh wow!
Which was awesome. That more than anything, we were terrified that it was going to end up being a Kickstarter that goes out to the fans, but it's not going to get in front of new people, new eyes, new stores, get played out there in the world. And so we got a really solid retail response. The late backer kit on that is open until tomorrow. We literally are closing the backer kit tomorrow.
Go right now. Go right now.
Like literally right now. It's this is your last chance to late back. Otherwise, it's going to be just you got to catch it in retail. But we had a lot of fun putting that together, and I try to stay active on our on. It's not even our Discord. The Warzone Eternal Discord was created by a fan.
Ooh.
And they gave me admin rights and then disappeared. So I'm running a Discord that I didn't create.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've said multiple times that it is not the Res Nova. This is I'm there making sure that people aren't spouting off and doing things that will hurt the brand, but this is not my playground.
Yeah.
I'm just a big bully I'm the lunch lady. I'm the lunch lady in the playground. But yeah, no. So Warzone is it is definitely a labor of love, and I cannot wait for people to actually. So we put out the beta rules for it through the Discord and through the Facebook groups and stuff. So people have been playing proxy games for over 2 months now, and we're getting a lot of really good feedback. I love seeing people posting pictures of their tables that they've set up and the games that they're like battle reports. And it helps us because we're able to do a couple little minor tweaks here and there. It's like if someone's like, I'm having trouble with this rule, and we get that like 10 times over, we know when the actual final book comes out that we got to change the wording on it a little bit.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, we're having a blast, and I implore people that like skirmish miniature games and kind of. It is post-apocalyptic, but it is not post-apocalyptic. It's more like diesel punk. The Mutant Chronicles universe is a very distinct story. It's weird. It's a weird joint. And if you ever need me to talk about that directly, I can spend way more time talking about that. But
it's awesome.
Yeah, let's spend all the time on cool stuff like that.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, we may be able to come back to it, but
no worries.
We're not done because you still do more.
I do more. I do. So let's see what else I got going on.
Let's talk about surviving Strange Hollow.
Oh yes, yeah. The guys over at Accidental Cyclops, which is the name of the company that put out the Faith No More role playing game.
Oh, okay.
They put out the first one. I think I have my copy right here. Yeah. The Real Thing was their first one they did. It's fully optioned and okayed by the band. It is basically a role playing game set in telling the story of that album. So like there's a whole bunch of like song names that are chapters, and yeah, it's really rad. And then they just put out they did the Kickstarter for the second one, the second Faith No More role playing game, another album, basically an expansion book, just last year. And two of the guys that run Accidental Cyclops are guys that I'm going to date myself real hard right now. It's Jason Ward and Jason Piercy. They are guys that I used to vampire LARP with back in the 90s.
Wow.
I've known these guys forever, and I thought it was hilarious when their thing came up, when the real thing came up the first time. I reached out and was just like, dude, you guys are making games. And they're like, yeah, you've been making games a while. And I was like, no, but it's a big deal. Like, we started knowing each other through games, and now you're making games too, and this is awesome. And then Jason, I realized they're both Jasons. Jason Ward reached out to me, probably about 6 months ago or so, and was like, hey, I need somebody to write some in-character styled fiction for this book based off of the art of Emily Hare. So Emily Hare has a very distinct art style. If you look her up, it's very kind of washed out watercolors. She has a lot of sculptures, but it's very almost like Dark Crystal-ish. It is a very interesting world that she's created. And they talked to Accidental Cyclops talked to Emily, and they're working together to basically create a role-playing game world set in her art.
That's awesome.
And Jason reached out to me, and now I get to work with the likes of Ed Greenwood and Lisa Teague again, and Sean Merwin of 4th edition D&D fame.
Cool.
These are all people that are on the project with me, and I get to find my weird voice in another world, and work with some of my oldest friends that I've known for, at this point, 30 years. And yeah, no, we just announced that, and I think the Kickstarter for that is in the spring. I believe that's when that's gonna. I know you can sign up to be part of the, hey, watch this space. But yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Awesome. Cool. I just pulled up her art. It's so interesting. I love these creatures.
Yeah. And we get to create a role-playing world that is basically surrounding the existence, this kind of biosphere that she's created.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So that's a pretty neat project. So what about, and that's an RPG, what system?
That's going to be, I believe unlike the Faith No More ones, which are their own system, this is going to be, I believe it is a 5e adjacent.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay, cool.
We haven't sat down and talked about the nuts and bolts on it, especially since I know I'm doing mostly narrative for that. I'm doing mostly world building. That's all I know.
Okay.
More on that in the future.
More on that soon. And that's not all.
And that's not all, which is funny because the fact that I get to work with Ed and Elisa on that one, I literally just got done with being in a project with Ed and Elisa and Damien Haas for Linvander, the Amarian Knights, the Pillars of Power Kickstarter that just ended, which I don't think they've opened up late backers yet.
Okay.
I mean, it literally ended like a week ago.
So tell us about that.
So Imaria is the world that the Legacy of Mana game is set in, and Linvander Studios, they created this. The Legacy of Mana book's been out for a while, but now they put a Kickstarter that is I don't want to say a revised edition, but a complete world book. Like, it's got all the stuff for all the nations, the cities. It's a whole. They took something that was cool already and made it cooler.
Cool.
And then they attached in the Kickstarter that's called the Pillars of Power. And then there's a companion book that is the Imarian Knights, which is a book of like some alternate rules, some special rules, but a ton of adventures.
Okay.
Rather than a complete campaign setting, it's just a lot of here's a cool adventure. Here's one that might take you 3 hours. Here's one that might take you 6 sessions, of various lengths and stuff. That's all just kind of Imerian feel. And I did a bunch of stuff for the Imerian Knights. I did stuff for the adventure book.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the live stream we did at GameholeCon was set in
Yes.
Mario, right?
Yes, it was. We both played Imerian native creatures of the Nemals. The Nemals are anthropomorphic animals, but we both played Ursines. We played anthropomorphic bears.
I think I was Boo Boo Honeybriar.
Believe you were Boo Boo Honeybriar, and I was my iconic canon Ursine. My character's actually from the world, has become that way. I'm Nuggle Honeysbane of the Southwoods Honeysbanes, to the point where at this I didn't have any of that stuff yet, but we had so much fun playing at GameholeCon that, and I think that's the third or fourth time I've played Nuggle live.
Ooh.
I bought ears and bear gloves and things for the next time that I play on stream.
What was it? A round of applause?
Round of applause. Round of applause. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. And it was actually because of Gamehole. We had so much fun there. That was why I did the stuff I did for Marion Knights.
Oh.
Is I grabbed Devin after the show and was like, I'm in, just say the word. And within a week or so, we were talking about what I was going to put into the book. And
that's awesome.
Yeah,
so
it was a lot of fun.
So if you go to Six Sides of Gaming, they're on YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. You should be able to find their streams from GameholeCon, and you can find the Amarian game and see Bryan and I play together and check out one of his products and see if it's up your alley.
It is easily for anybody who's played role-playing games out there. A lot of games have tried to do time manipulation, that sort of thing. The Legacy of Mana rule set is easily, I've been doing this for 20 plus years professionally, longer not professionally, not that I'm unprofessional, but I have never seen a system do chronomancy better. The amount, it's really what Tommy and Devin focused on initially for the concept of their world. Was one of the big things they wanted to do was kind of this sort of flexing ability of time, and it definitely has got some of the best chronomancy rules from a couple of different perspectives. Like there's actually martial characters, so fighting characters that add that to the way that they fight.
Oh, cool.
It's really, really cool. It's not just, I cast a spell and things do things. It's actually, there's one of my favorite things that Keith Baker does it every time he plays his character, is a time stop that gives you 1 minute of real time that allows the players to basically table talk and talk. Everything is frozen in time as far as the game is concerned, but it allows the players to make a plan, to talk about things. So all that stuff that you do at a game table that sometimes your game master goes, you guys, it's not your turn yet. You can't talk. Come on. You can't just sit there and go back and forth. There's literally a spot where you can go pause, play. All right, what are we going to do? But you can't actually interact with the world during that time. You just sort of, it allows you to set up your time. And Keith Baker uses it on stream all the time to not talk about the plan. He pauses play and then fills it with inane conversations about jellies and gems and and then the DM will go, okay, and your minute's up, we're back in initiative. So it is easily the best time manipulation mechanics that I've ever seen in a role-playing game.
That's so cool. Okay, neat. Yeah, and Keith did that in that episode as well, so you can check that out. Anything else, Bryan, that you can talk about?
So. I'm trying to think of anything else that I've got in the fire, and I don't think so. I think that's it. I think my candle has about 4 ends, but I don't like being idle. I've never liked being idle, so I always try to have 1 or 2 things moving at any given time. And again, I do this. I'm gonna get philosophical and maybe a little weird and dark. If I drop dead tomorrow, hopefully not somebody knock on wood. I'm not going to because my microphone will pick it up and it'll be like a bass drum. that I want to hope that I've left enough fingerprints out there with the industry and the people that I love and my friends and family and fans, and that they will then, obviously I'll live on through my kids and family no matter what, but I kind of just hope that my creations do as well. So anytime I get an opportunity to put a fingerprint in some other universe or some aspect of this industry, I do my damnedest to do so. And hopefully do a good job. That's the goal anyway.
Yeah, I mean, your name's getting around. If you were a TTRPG drinking game, people be in trouble.
It's funny that you mentioned that. My friends, my locals, the guys who have been playing with me forever, and we've been going to shows forever. I love to meet up with them at shows. When we get an opportunity to run around and go do things. And a few years ago, I was at an Origins, I think. We went from point A to point B, and it took us about an extra 10, 15 minutes or so to get where we were going because of the number of times that I stopped to talk, to say hi, to give hugs and whatnot. And when we got to where we were going, all my friends were laughing. They were just kind of like giggling, like they had some secret. I was like, all right, what's up? What's going on? And they're like, oh no, we just invented the Bryan Steele drinking game. And I was like, what is the Bryan Steele drinking game? They're like, well, when we go someplace and either you name drop somebody, I try not to, I don't like to be that guy. They're like, so if you name drop somebody, or if somebody comes by the table or wherever we are and they stop and you say hi or they say hi, they got to take a drink. And
don't do that with this episode. He's supposed to be name dropping because we're talking about all the cool stuff he does.
Name dropped many folks.
Well, we talked about the people at Evil Genius at Renegade. We've talked about.
Yeah, this is not a good episode for that.
Don't do it
for conventions. It's only for conventions. But yeah, I absolutely love this industry. And I call people like yourself my convention family. I only get to see these people once in a blue moon or through a little box like this, and it is so awesome to go to shows. It's the reason why I do things like Gamehole Con, because I'm not there to wheel and deal and press flesh and give out cards and stuff. That's not what I'm there for. I'm there to see the people that I only see in passing at Gen Con.
Yeah.
Gen Con is so busy. If it's not on the schedule, I'm going to see you from afar and there's going to be a wave and maybe a high five as we go past the booth, but there's just no time for that.
We've had a couple of those cons where it's like, I've seen you, but I haven't talked to you. Yep. So it definitely happens.
Gamehole has really, really turned into, this was the first year that I went as a special guest. And as long as Alex will have me, I will. I mean, I'll go as just a person, regardless. It's a great show.
It is,
but it is definitely it's one of the best run shows. Not to besmirch any other show, obviously, but it is well managed. They do great charity work. It has not outgrown its place yet. Like you're still well within a couple of blocks. You can get Airbnbs like a block away. It's just a really good show, and I get to spend more than 10 minutes talking to people at the little social gatherings after the fact. That's where we got to hang out. You meet up with people and you get to sit back and enjoy not being on, not having your punch card in the time clock, just kind of kick back and enjoy yourself. I mean, everyone works a little bit. You can't help it. We are in a very social industry.
Totally.
Hopefully. I mean, you want it to be, you want people to be, friends and enjoy each other's company, so.
Well, Bryan, it's always wonderful to talk to you. Can you tell me and our viewers here where we can find you and follow you to keep track of all the everything you're doing?
All the everything. I am Bryan CP Steele, Bryan with a Y, and on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. I think they're Twix or whatever it's called now.
I call it Twix.
I'm not sure. But I'm at Bryan CP Steele at most things. On YouTube, you can always find me every Friday unless things are weird. I do videos every Friday on Tales from a Professional Nerd, where I pick a topic and normally just kind of go on about things, or I do unboxings and stuff. You know, like if somebody sends me something to talk about. I think next week I'm doing a coffee unboxing. The fine folks over at Smugglers sent me a bunch of stuff because they do gamer themed coffee and coffee merch.
Oh, cool.
They're awesome. They're great people, and they sent me a little prize pack for me to caffeinate and talk about. So
Awesome.
I think that's next week. But yeah, and then I'm also at the Professional Nerd on TikTok, but I don't tick or talk as often as I used to. I used to do like every couple of days I would put a video up, but life has been just hectic enough that I don't feel like editing TikTok videos. So I don't.
Fair enough.
But
thank you so much, Bryan.
If you hit me up on any of the socials, unless you turn out to be a jerk, I talk to everybody. So
well, I guess I'm out.
Oh. Oh man. but yeah, no, reach out, talk to me, send me information, and give me topics for my show, because I am always running out of stuff to say that isn't just about the same old.
Well, thank you so much, Bryan, for everything that you contribute to the gaming industry, which was a ton. For your energy, your enthusiasm, you're passionate about the industry, and it's great. It's wonderful to talk to you every time I see you.
Well, you helped me get that way. I could be on here and this could be gray and depressing. And
so what do you do?
Yeah, what's going on with you in your life?
Where can we find you if we care?
Exactly. If we care. The world's most depressing podcast
happening.
Oh my god. But yeah, no, I appreciate it. I love coming on the show. I love you, Rem PCs, even if you don't know who I am. Yeah, so thank you very much for having me and giving me an opportunity to wax poetic about weird gaming stuff.
I'm sure I'll have you on in another 6 months and you'll be doing a million new things, so we'll talk about it then.
Maybe not a million. I'll try to keep it into the 6 digits.
Okay. 999,999.
We'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Bryan. But don't you go anywhere, because we're going to be right back right after this. Hey, Rem PCs, don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway tonight of Everyday Heroes from Evil Genius Games of The Vault. So thank you so much to Bryan for donating such an awesome prize. Type hashtag RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget to get your bonus entries by donating bits and subscribing. Bits, for every 100 bits, you get an extra entry. And for subscribing, you get 7 whole bonus entries. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. So thank you all so much for joining. We are on to Emerald Glitch, key to the Emerald City. We'll see you there, Rem PCs. Keep an eye out for a special guest.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell!
Spell.
Spell!
Spells.
She says spell like 92 times.
You gotta feel it.
Spell, 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 spell.
Oh, well.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Oh, oh, right. Hey, hey, everybody. Welcome back for another episode of Emerald Glitch on Gen Con TV. I'm Max from Original Box Set. This is the crew once again. We have an exciting night of show for you guys because the group has just had a chance to recuperate and get back to where they're on course to figuring out what's next. And what is next is a meeting with this mysterious professor who's supposed to be in contact with that spirit. All that was kind of strange and interesting. But before we go diving in too deep, let's go ahead and find out what's going to be on the docket as far as it goes for cool prizes tonight. That's you, Amber. Amber.
Oh my god, yeah, the really cool prizes! Okay, so every night we like to do a giveaway, and tonight if you drop a hashtag RemPC in the chat, you'll be entered for a chance to win the Vault. It's a rules compendium for Everyday Heroes by Evil Genius Games. The winners will be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. Now you can get 7 additional entries if you subscribe to Gen Con TV today, and if you don't forget, don't forget, for every 100 bits you donate, you get another entry, and not only that, you can help us players when you donate. For 100 bits, you can give one of us a nerf to use. That's additional 3 dice we can add to a roll. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And if you are on the side of evil, you can choose to give the nerfs and edges to our Game Runner Max.
Yes, please, please. I need all the bonuses I get. They set these NPCs up with 0 edge. Can you imagine that? None. Drones get no edge. Drones need edge too. I got a little sign here. Drones need edge. Drones need edge. Anywho.
Yeah, I agree. Drones do need edge.
Of course you do. You're the rigger. So the group had got a job, and the job was pretty top end stuff. There's a big paycheck. How much were you guys getting paid to do this? It was like 300, 400.
It was peanuts.
You're getting paid in peanuts. Those elephants at the zoo will be jealous.
I just remember it was very, very, very tiny. Now, Steel Tiger was like, it's not even worth getting out of bed, let alone driving 3 days or however long it took for us to get there.
Oh.
I'm referring to the whole job. Not the job going down the tier picking up the rest of your crew who got stuck behind a blockaded wall of social, political, military style blockades and stuff, which that was interesting. But you guys were offered quite a bit of money to go do some destructive habits, but first you got to get up there and secret away the destructive device inside the Emerald City. And to do that, there's been a series of hurdles to get over. And at one point, you were made in contact with this, I don't know, spirit of some type. But you had to first, make a deal with a teenager spellcaster to call and everything. But then when the spirit arrived, it was just like, yeah, I'll help you, but it's going to cost you some money because even though I'm a powerful, magical being, everything works behind money and you pay me in reagents. But when you get back, look up my friend. Her name is Professor Valiant. She'll be able to contact me beyond this point. But you need to reach out to her, and you need to bring 6,500 new yen worth of reagents. I don't care how you get it. It can be mage, it can be shami. Peace out, see you later. I gave your little magey friend here all the secrets that she needs to know. She'll be able to find your Professor Valiant. And you guys were like, crap. She's not even our mage. And this little orc's like, I want to be part of the team. And Steel Tiger's like, yeah, we can adopt. And you guys were like, no, Steele. She's a minor. We can't have a minor doing shadow running. That's wrong. Anyways. So we've got to the point where they're ready to meet up with this professor. So let's do that. This is your cue. Did it work? Oh, good. Ha ha! Welcome back, Rem.
Hi.
It's been a while since you've been in this seat, huh?
Yeah, it's very bright, lots of lights. I can't wait for my first fun fact from Nova.
Those still help.
Oh, yeah.
So, guys, you had about a month worth of downtime. Let me kind of give a quick cover for the rest of the audience. As soon as the group got back to town, Elwyn and Serafina split pretty quickly, and stuff happened over there, and they'll be probably back later. It's like some sort of side quest thing again. That doesn't matter. But our call started doing some searching and phone calling on the Matrix to find this name, Professor Valiant. Had a little bit of detail. Couldn't figure it out. So he did what he does best, and he stalked that orc teenage spellcaster for a while. Figured out what was going on. Worked out great. Much better than doing a Matrix perception. Stalking people. Yeah.
It's basically the same thing at this point.
And you found out where she was at. You gave a call, and what? Let's find out how that call went. We'll say it was You want to do a phone call, a text message? What would our call have done?
Is this towards the beginning of that month off, or towards the end?
Beginning, because she's got it. It's beginning.
Then it's probably going to be a text, because our Cole is trying to get back to sleep about as soon as he possibly can, if this is immediately after the job.
Oh, yes, and we'll get to that. So it would have been a text message to Professor Valiant that said, in small letters and capital letters, like up and down with maybe some numbers in, because he is not okay. What would it have said?
I feel like it would have been enough. By the point that I sent that text, it would have been several days. I'm imagining absolute gibberish with help.
Sure,
enough to prompt a call.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, so you're prompting a call from me?
Well, you get a text message that says, Icarus, help, got stuff, bring, hello, choo-choo, I'm a spaceship. Something like that. It's mostly gibberish. And a phone number. But it's got a recognizable name.
Yeah.
Icarus.
So, I will just text back at this point and say, none of that gibberish had your name in it, did it?
Oh, yeah, he probably said his name, Arcole, like a couple of times, but he also said the name Icarus in there, too. And
mainly just talking in third person. Arcole needs stuff.
Arcole got stuff for Icarus. Icarus' stuff is with Arcole. Arcole is good, but he thinks he's a spaceship.
Hello, dear. Good to hear from you. Let's set a date, and I'll send him a date and time. Location.
The date is about a month away, which is good because Arcole passed out probably for another 3 days before he had a chance to read it. And so the group has some time, because when Arcole woke up, I'm pretty sure he had like 15 messages from almost everybody. Hey, did you call her? Did you get in touch with her? Are we meeting? Are you still alive? And so you all found out that you had a month to kind of like sit on your laurels, sell some stuff, buff out some dents, replace some light fixtures and stuff like that. And so we're going to do a quick round before we go meet the contact. And I'll randomly pick Steel Tiger to go first.
Steel Tiger actually would, at the end of that engagement, he would walk up to Nova and he's going to kind of give her a look up and down and seem like, what are your sizes?
My body?
Yes.
You're a pervert, and I didn't know that until now.
No. You misunderstand. And then he just kind of shakes his head. He's like, forget about it. And then he's gonna turn around, and he's actually just gonna take actual like visual measurements with his cyber eyes. He should have done that from the beginning. And he's actually going to start commissioning to have another suit of mil-spec armor made over these 4 weeks.
Okay, now it does take a longer. Are you talking like signature mil-spec armor, specifically in her size? And by signature, meaning it's going to be perfect form, or having someone doctor regular mil-spec so that it fits better for her particularly? Also, are you reaching out to anyone in particular, such as contact in the industry? Because if you're buying mil-spec armor, it requires a license to own unless you buy it off the black market.
Okay. I do have my sin actually has a license to own it, my original sin. But I wouldn't obviously go to Walmart and just be like, do that. But
I hope Walmart doesn't have mil-spec armor.
Dude, it would not surprise me nowadays.
Okay.
You can buy grenades at Stuffer Shack. Right?
There are vampires that come in the middle of the night at Stuffer Shack. I see your point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this contact's name, does it have a name? Does you have any information
I'll
on it?
probably just reach back out to Sako.
I gotta bring up that list.
He would be able to get some.
Yes. What is it at? Show more files. Why won't you show me all my files? Oh, that's what you're doing. 1 second. Almost there.
Gotcha.
Waiting for the load. Loaded. Button. Where's the button?
You're a pervert, and I didn't know that till now. How?
As
Haven't you seen any of my other shows? No, I'm sure.
Bam. All right. You send a text, he responds back, Shinyu. How are you?
I've been well, my friend. How have you been?
Busy. Missing the Fukashin between us. Very much so. You must make plans to come back to Japan.
By all means. I would love to come and drink tea under the sakura once more. But if I may, I have a favor to ask.
Grant me that opportunity to help you.
It's been a while since I could find some people that hold my back in a sufficient fashion, and I think I found some people that make me feel more at home, I guess. And I'd like to make sure that they could have my back when I need it. So I need another set of armor in these dimensions, right? So he's gonna send over some measurements.
Cool. Yeah. He'll take them. What's his connection?
7. His connection is 7, and his loyalty is 8.
And he would be looking for someone in the industry to make this happen, because he is not a designer or builder of armor. He is an arms dealer, right?
He's a corp fixer, but yeah.
Okay.
That's the title, but technically, yeah, that works.
What do you remember the? We will work up the availability. Make a note in our the chat. the chat between you and I to roll the necessary dice for the availability for the mil-spec armor. He will ask you a bunch of questions about like security, fire resistance, style, and with just by telling him the measurements, he's just like starts referring to the person who used it as a she, or and assuming right off the bat because the person is small in form. Is she an elf? Is she a human? Questions like that.
Yeah. Elf? Elf? Yeah. She is an elf.
Hoshi Shinyu, I am so happy. I will help you as much as I can. I will give you numbers and delivery dates, and you will send me Nuyen when everything is ready.
Sounds good. Until we meet again.
Until we meet again. Johnny. All right.
He's gonna click, and then he's gonna spend the rest of the time just tending the shop, like trying to get our Cole to do more research, helping out, convoy anything he needs within this 4 weeks.
Okay.
And, it's just anything anybody needs help with. That's what he's doing. He's not really doing too much on his own.
You said you take responsibility for Rex?
Yes. Oh yeah, and feeding Rex.
Do you allow Rex to join the pan at your store?
At the store pan, yes, but not in our personal one where we talk.
Perfectly fine. Since he's helping out, the pan at the store will increase. The firewall will actually increase by 2 based upon half of his logic bonus. Based on his logic and one of his bonuses from equality. So the firewall around your store increases a little bit. And Duck is able to even point that out. He's like, wow, this dog has got talent. Scary. Did you want to make any kinds of attempts to break into the cargo containers, yes or no? Or did you just want to leave them sitting in the retention pond?
If they are still floating and they're still like sealed, it's like I'd at least open them so that it could melt and then water would come out, even if I had on selling them.
Since I'm going to assume you make some sort of effort to look at them, they were designed to be crash dropped from orbit in some location, if need be. So they're designed to slam into the ground, survive the impact, because they were not meant to stay on planet.
Okay. So,
It is beyond Duck's capability to open it, and Rex might be able to, but teaching him the trick open maglock will be difficult. So you might need some help.
Hey, Arkle.
So in the meantime, until Arkle has a chance to actually help out, everybody else, Steel Tiger said he's going to be aiding you. So if you have to make any dice rolls, remember that to look to Steel Tiger to get some bonus dice and some sort of teamwork thing. We're going to move on to the next person on the list, which will be randomly picked Amber. Nova.
Okay, so for downtime, Nova's just been working shifts at Stuffer Shack, and then she goes and takes Rex on a walk every once in a while. Good boys deserve that. And just kind of like visiting old neighborhoods.
Any of those in the Redmonds or the Sprawl?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Those areas are now all walled off, very, very, very similar to what you experienced down in Portland.
Okay, and she tries to just kind of like see if she sees anyone she knows. Like she just kind of like people watches and like just kind of like wonders what people have been up to.
Okay. Did you want to do any training or anything like that?
Yeah, she's been like doing some studying on some parazoology and some demolition stuff and trying to figure out how the heck does stuff expire.
Okay. Was a question just popped in my head. Were you taking advantage of like that weird 2B thing that people sleep for 15 minutes in to, or maybe looking for a street dock?
Nah, she's full future boomer about that. She doesn't trust it.
You don't trust ESPs or, the brainwave manipulations due to the Alfonso wave techniques?
No, I have no idea what I'll do with my old tech. No way.
Did you ever, during this time, did you want to make an update to your tech? Like get a new firmware update or something, software update?
I think we've already done that last time.
No, my note says your hardware still hasn't been updated. You're still running off tech from the 2070s.
This popped up reminding you to restart.
Yeah, she wants to do that, and then I guess let me know if any of my stats change from doing that, or if it's just the same but cleaner. And she wants to get to know her little, oh, what's it called? Icon? Her little buddy, her little PMAX. That's it.
Okay, that will be a conversation between the two of us. When your PMAX starts off, they are children who have to learn and grow. And based upon your character's age, the PMAX has got a lot of catching up to do. So for right now, bringing your PMAX out is not safe for them because rogue program, something goes wrong, they're in danger. We'll play catch up. You and I will play catch up on your PMAX. Yes, getting your software for your cyber limbs, anything that is a muscle replacement, muscle augmentation revolving around your strength, agility, or reaction, all go up by 1. All. Your wired reflexes do not see any change because they're pretty much designed fibered wise that there's no update to a program that can be done. And the devices that you currently have do not have an existing update because the company that used to do what your cyberware was has gone out of business and nobody has updated that drivers. So you're going to have to find somebody who can rewrite it, but it doesn't matter. They still work. So the only real change is to your cyber limbs. All right, so explosives and zoology. Awesome. And giving Rex walkies in the park.
Yep, and I'm gonna pick up engineering as a skill.
Sweet. I'll drop some descriptions of parks and things you see around town in our chat back and forth because I want to. Tonight's about progressing to a certain particular point. I don't want to bog down with a lot of descriptions and stuff. But if there's nothing else, then we're going to randomly pick the next person of Convoy.
Who? Convoy is gonna hit the. I say hit the track. I think he just hits the streets and probably just practices driving. That's all he's gonna do. He's gonna probably. What that looks like is he probably does about a bunch of tow jobs, which are probably pretty dangerous.
Ooh, you can make some money though.
Yeah.
Are you doing legit tow jobs or illegitimate tow jobs?
A little both, maybe. Depends on the pay.
Okay, we could talk about that.
Yeah.
Gotta make rent.
Yeah, we gotta make that rent. And he's using downtime to get expertise in ground vehicles and pick up some fun rigger qualities.
All right. We're going to move over to the resident mage. As you have been a bookworm, from what I remember you just telling me. So, what does Techno Siren do with her downtime?
I have a lot of plans.
Ooh.
Well, first, and so I start to improve my astral score. It's gonna take longer before I actually see any return on it, but just for flavor's sake, I'm spending as much time as possible in the astral plane. It might be a little unhealthy actually, but
Ooh.
I'm I don't know. I'm just especially after having that experience with that child, which by the way, I don't know if you want to do that today, but I would definitely still pursue a friendship with Seraphina. I want to be her friend. I want to help her and her baby and that.
After they departed, would you have made some sort of effort to reach out to her physically or astrally and be like, hey, I know things just went really weird for you, but I'm still cool if you want to hang out, kind of scenario?
Yeah. astrally.
Cool.
And maybe that's just like how we hang out too, is like we hang
Sure.
out in the astral and
Go ahead and write Seraphina down as a contact. She will have a connection of 3 and a loyalty to you particularly of a 5.
thanks. Okay, now I also want to start learning how to fight with this sword, and for that I would absolutely try to find Steel Tiger and Nova and see if they would help me. I would like show up and be like, hello. I have no idea what to do with this thing, but I want to be a total badass. You are total badasses. Somebody teach me how to make myself one like you. Please?
Who's up for it?
Wait, I can't hear you.
Oh, you wish to learn the way of the blade?
I straighten up and I take myself very seriously for myself. I do.
Arcole at this point he's doing his, you know, monthly stuff, but at this point he pops over the comms. Neither of you hold that sword. Or to both Nova and Steel Tiger. Don't touch it.
What's gonna happen if I touch it and then I touch it?
Oh no.
Nothing happens.
There's nothing happening. What is supposed to happen?
Well, talk to Convoy if you want to know the intricacies of everything that happened, but wielding it, I'm not too sure.
I'm more robot than people. I don't know if it'll really affect me like it affects you guys.
He gives a thoughtful nod at that.
Steel Tiger, you want to try to hold it?
By all
Do
means.
it, man. No, you do it, man. It's awesome.
It's a sword. It's a sword.
He's gonna hold. He's gonna hold
take
his
the ride,
hands
man.
out. He's gonna hold his hands out and like kind of bow as he takes it.
And I can hand it to you.
All right. Does anything happen to me while I
No.
hold it? How long is this? Is this like
It is equivalent to an English bastard sword.
Oh, okay. So it's like a hand and a half.
Hand and a half.
Alrighty. So he's gonna take it and then he's gonna like hold it in different stances, see how it feels. It's like
Heavy, awkward, bashing, crashing kind of thing. Definitely designed to chop through armor and large, blocky things. It is not an elegant, soft blade, but it can be, especially if you pivot it, move. There's enough movement inside of it, heaviness that you can feel it. It goes down and pulls back and comes up and crashes down toward a target. Steel Tiger, your close combat was what, a 6?
yes.
So just to kind of describe it, not only is when Steel Tiger is practicing or playing around with the sword, you see elegant dance and display and movement as his cyberware kicks in and he's able to take it from one side of the room to the other as he's doing a bunch of gestures. You cannot tell when he fumbles, fails, loses his grip a little bit, or disbalances himself. But Steel Tiger, this thing is so clumsy. You've been so used to driving race cars your entire life, and getting behind the wheel of a semi-truck is just incredibly awkward. But you're doing it.
This is quite awkward, but it has potential. And then he's gonna pass it back to her, and then it's like, okay, come with me, and then we're just gonna go downstairs and have like a little training montage. It's
Yeah.
It's
a montage. Cool.
After the training montage, she comes out with like really thin legs but really strong arms.
Oh no, actually it'd be the opposite. Like she'd get thick.
Thick
So,
legs.
Sportsmanship is all in the legs mostly.
So I spent enough karma to get up to level 3, but this is gonna take a while. Like we're gonna have to train for a while. So anyway, that is that. And then I picked 4 spells that I'm learning. Silence, because we had that whole long discussion about hush versus silence. She like went back and was like, no, that's absolutely right. I absolutely should know this other one. The cameras can't hear it. Also learn increase attribute, and detect enemies. And then for my last one, though, I did want to learn vehicle armor, but I would ask Convoy's permission if I could do a little ritual with Mama Bear to like get to know her as like a vehicle. Because I if I'm gonna help armor her, I feel like we should know each other better.
That's really respectful. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, you can spend some time with her.
Great.
And I'll pull out the I'll pop the hood, and I will pull out like the roller, so you can like roll up to me. I'll like lift it up and like start pointing stuff out.
Oh, that's
Awesome.
So my ritual would be like I wash the car, like I give it a good a washing, and I'm talking to her the whole time, and I'm just telling her my life story, and I would like who I am and why I want to get to know her, and then like I would go underneath after I washed her and spent time with her talking, and I would lay underneath her and I would try to sense her astrally.
Okay. Not that's impossible to do.
Fantastic date, actually.
What's that?
That sounds like the best date of all time, right?
Yeah. Like maybe
You're a pervert, and I'm just now learning this about you.
Excellent. So, looking over your stuff, of the 4 spells and close combat, one of these won't be able to be fit into the month. So you've got 4 spells listed, and close combat of like level 1 would still take at least a week. So,
I already have close combat level 1.
Okay, so you have that one, so you're going for 3. Got it. So.
Yeah, the way that I think it all maps out is we have 4 weeks, right?
Yes.
And the book says that technically you can focus on 3 things at a time during your downtime.
Yes.
Without any and I wouldn't do any of the extra increases or whatever. So I'm not expecting to actually increase any of my skills yet. They're still in progress. The spells, though, I do 1 a week for 4 weeks at the same time as doing the 2 skills. Yeah.
Not a problem. I get that, so that we have the spells moving forward, but not the skills yet.
Right.
Very cool. Last but not least, our Cole.
After spending quite a few days recovering, even after actually getting his sleep, he is going to get back on his, unless he is needed elsewhere by Steel Tiger while researching all of that, he is getting back on his jazzercise, and I've already allocated a couple points towards body, or well, a point towards body and a point towards agility, or agility.
What's your current body?
Currently, but before this, it was 4.
Okay, and your agility before this was
3.
Okay, so that translates into a lot of downtime. So you might, if you use an ESP, right?
Right.
So we can cut the time in half. Are you also do you have a street doc you can reach out to cut that time in half with some of those brainwave modifications?
I do not have a lot of connections.
Does anybody want to offer or charge him to utilize your street doc for him to get some of those modifications? Because you won't be able to get both of those in that 1 month period of time. To go from a 3 to a 4, it's going to take, isn't it like 4 months for an attribute to become a 4? I think that's what I was looking at earlier. So
it's 2 times the new rank, I think, right?
I forgot to look at the timetable.
No, you're good. That's what we're here for. That's what we're doing right now.
You can use my contact, but it's going to cost you a carton of long hauls.
New rank times 2 in months. So to answer the question, a 4 is going to be 8 months. Did I just read that right? Yeah, 8 months to get a 4 from a 3.
Okay, so I'm assuming that nothing can really help out there, unless Convoy's contact can do so. But that seems like a far jump. Instead,
I mean, if you want results now, you need to kind of look for something that's going to be able to be done in a month. But if you're looking for like, hey, I just want to put in this month worth of time on this project of improving myself, totally cool. So when, the rest of the time is put in, it's like investing. You invest a month worth of this training time. Next downtime, hey, this has got 1 month left, and I was doing a lot of drugs during boosters during that time to make it all work out.
He will still spend most of his time against his will from Gross doing jazzercise
Cool.
effectively, trying to get any form of physical strength back.
So between you and I, we'll have the discussion. We'll figure out how much time you worked through as far as this month goes and what devotions you were doing to. Steel Tiger does need your help, and that was with what again, Steel Tiger?
Oh, I was just wondering if you could help me crack open these ice containers we dropped in the retention pond. It seems like the seals are a lot more robust than I thought they would be. I totally figured that they would have melted by now. The ice would have melted out of this by now.
Oh, no, absolutely. For cracking through a physical lock, he's going to
It's
go
not
ahead and
physical.
head on over. It's not physical. Okay.
It's electronic.
Right.
And they don't have an icon, so you have to physically be there to do this. So it's an electronics plus logic roll, and you're looking to make 4 successes. That's it. Once you've done that, you've created a program that will unlock every single one of them.
Got it. You said electronics plus what?
Logic.
Logic. Can that be under hardware as well?
It is under hardware.
Perfect.
Bam. So our Cole comes swinging by. You show him everything. He spends probably about 15, 20 minutes. Then he turns to you and he goes, I just sent you a program on your phone. It's basically a destabilizing maglock key and will unlock all of these guys. Bam.
I appreciate it, Uncle.
Of course, I have to get back to my videos right now. Gross is screaming at me. I know you can't hear it.
Just tell him to chill out. Have you gotten your rest?
About a week's worth. Maybe a little bit less. I'm getting there. I'm doing better.
Okay. Well then, hurry up. Get to your research or whatever you're doing.
All right. So, great news. You now have, what was that? 18 times 5. What was that? 9,000 pounds or roughly about 4,000 kilos worth of ice in this retention pond. The boxes themselves have their own sustainable power sources. They were keeping it frozen. It was designed to last up to 6 months if it needed to. So, you not only have these giant containers now littering your retention pond, you have a lot more water. And the local community are ecstatic at the fact they can have iced tea, shaved ice flavored cones and stuff like that. Like, very on point.
Ice will hit the spot right about now.
Oh yeah. So we've gone through the necessary, hey, let's do some catch up on the background stuff between jazzercising and learning how to use a sword. So I'm ready to move forward. What about everybody else? So we see some nods.
Yeah.
So Rem, how you doing?
Great.
Where did you tell these runners to meet you at?
I'm gonna give them the a warehouse district. It's kind of in the Barrens.
Yeah. So, behind a checkpoint in the more gang-ridden Barrens part of the Barrens, or okay, deep in the heart of the Barrens, where the fighting takes place, where the blood runs through the streets and motorcycles rev their engines 24/7. Loud music's playing all the time. People fight for no reason.
Not the loud music.
Okay, well, maybe not loud music. Just I don't know. They're playing the some soft melodic music like piano.
That's better.
Okay.
This is classical game territory.
Harley's and Vivaldi. Nothing goes better.
Excuse me, I see that you've crossed into my territory. I'm going to fight you now with my switchblade.
Draw your weapons and pinkies out.
Yeah, that's right. You hold the switchblade with your pinky out at the same time, right?
Because we're dainty.
Okay, so Arcole, Steel Tiger, Convoy Nova, and Techno Siren. The contact, Professor Valent, has given you an address inside the warehouse district in the Barrens, like in contested territory. So, I would like 3 names of fictitious gangs. Can come from the audience, can come from the players, doesn't matter. I need 3 names of fictitious gangs.
The Wig Splitters.
Wig Splitters, we got 1.
Leather Sleeve Gang.
Leather Sleeve Gang.
The
One more.
classic lists.
The what?
The classic lists.
Classic. The classicists.
Classic lists, like motorcyclist and classical.
Classicist.
Gotcha.
You just want to pick hard words for me to say.
Classic list. We've got an upcoming game that's like Sons of Anarchy meets Magic, and I'm gonna have to demand that word makes it in.
I'm gonna swap out Leather Gang for the Paper Boys because that sounds so much funnier.
For boys.
So, address, time, date, everything's been laid out. This is your opportunity to get the next step moving forward. So I'm assuming you've got your 1,650, 6,500 dram whatever reagents, right? For Icarus. Cool.
We have that. We have our rating 4 or better sins.
Yep, ready to rock and roll so they can get whatever thing this person is going to do so that they'll clear through security. All right. I don't have to ask who's driving. We know who's driving.
The
On the
mate?
wait.
No. You're jumping to third base. You haven't even. You gotta. Mama Bear requires a little bit more wooing.
What time? That's the next most important question. Middle of the day, late at night.
It's full night, but like shortly after sunset.
Cool, so it's raining.
Cool.
It rains every day after sunset, right, guys?
It does.
Except on Tuesdays and Thursdays, around 2 to 4, it rains then as well. So that's another piece of really great information. In the future of Shadowrun, the weather is completely under the control of a corporation. One corporation controls the weather in Seattle. And it's always sunny, except on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 2 to 4, and after the sun goes down from 9 to 3 a.m. So, driving through the rain, you arrive at the first checkpoint. It's not really a checkpoint pointing outward, it's a checkpoint pointing inward into the Barrens. Do you want to blow through it, or did you want to stop and talk to these people?
Be polite.
Probably no unnecessary attention at this point.
Yeah, well, let us trust in our sins.
They aren't flagging you down.
No.
They're facing into the Barrens. Guns pointed into the Barrens.
Well, last time we went through this, we were fine.
All right.
Have we looked into the border policies of this place yet?
They're not worried about what's going out. It's only what's coming in. And as long as we are not affiliated.
Yeah, okay. But if we come in, does it mean
All
that
right.
we
Let me
cannot
hold
come
on. Let me
out?
make a phone call.
No, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah,
Now, hold on. I'm not making this the same, I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. Now you got me all worried. Let me just... I'll call Billy Bob, my contact, who is Billy Bob Bunsen. He is my traffic cop in Lone Star. I'll ask what the policies are. Just text him quick.
He'll tell you that what you're going to want to do is slow down and get their attention and tell them that you're going in and that you are not a resident, and so then they'll offer you an RFID tag that when you come back out, you'll return that RFID tag. They're probably just going to track where you go. That's it. So, no big deal. Be careful. That's a terrible place. Does he know what you do for a living, Billy? Does Billy know? He probably knows. Does he know?
Probably. Yeah, he knows. Yeah, he knows.
He would tell you they're going to give you an RFID tag. Go in. Just be careful. Have whoever your skilled person is wipe it. Put a fake on it. When you get back out, that says where you went and drove in loops or something.
Okay,
cool. I was going to suggest the analog. You just stash it in a Taco Bell, or what are they called now?
Taco Temple?
Taco Temple. Yeah, we were just at Taco Temple for 3 hours.
Yeah, drive up, drop it at a Taco Temple, come back. That works too. Brilliant. You want to do that? There are Taco Temples in the Barrens.
I can put it on a Slugger and have Slugger take a fly around.
Oh, that works.
Perfect. Problem solved. There is no follow-up corporate-based control entry point. But as you're maneuvering through, following the tom-toms into the rain-filled, water-swelling streets, you come across a section of street that is filled with brilliant lights shining down, spotlights and whatnot. And there are people behind barricades in mixed matched armor, seem to be having a controlled point. The tom-tom tells you, this of course without any dice rolls, go forward. Just keep driving. There are no lights at this intersection. You do not need to be stopping. But in front of you is a concrete barricade. Not like Mama Bear can't take the sidewalk and get around this, but those guys look like they might have a pistol amongst them. Or two.
Do they look official in any way?
They officially are blocking the street.
I mean, okay.
They do not look like city workers. They do not look like security corporation.
All right.
Anyone.
I reckon Nova doesn't have a connection to these ones, so.
No. Nova?
No, I don't know who these new kids are.
Spiked punk hair, not spiked punk hair, giant wigs, some of them hanging down well past their shoulders, others being big 80s style poof jobs where the hair just shoots straight forward and then curves up. You ever seen? Man, I lived through the 80s. They are a crazy time. I don't like just like making it all stand up. Whew. People came to their senses.
No idea who these nerds are.
Steel Tiger is gonna load up Stick and Shock in his shotgun arm, just in case. It's like, what would you like to do, Convoy? Do you want to stop and talk to them? They're probably gonna try to shake us down or something.
Well, yeah, they're different. They're gonna ask for a fee or something.
Or do you think we just blow them off, or do you want to fight?
I don't want to fight. I mean, we can blow past them, but I just got the lights back on. Mama.
You just did, and you just got finished repainting all those scratches too.
Takes a long time to.
Do you want to try diplomacy first?
Nova, let's see if we can talk our way past them. Otherwise, and I'll just be ready to blow past them if we need. How's that sound?
Wait, you want me to talk to him? Okay. And
Somebody,
she was clearly like interrupted, copying Steel Tiger when she sees him put non-lethal rounds in his gun. She empties hers and like is like, oh, maybe okay, that's what we're doing.
You know what? Just forget it. And I'll just take off. I'll go for the sidewalk after I like look in the rearview mirrors, notice that what's going on. Be like, okay, just go.
That is hilarious. Give yourself an edge. I love the comedy. Loading up lethal rounds. Oh, we're not doing lethal? Okay. Loading up stun shock. That's great. All right. It's going to be a piloting plus reaction. The sidewalk is going to provide you a no modifier. Well, we'll say a -1 modifier to your handling. So the threshold, your handling is the threshold. What is your handling for off-road? Because you're going over the sidewalk where the rough terrain and stuff.
Yeah, I can switch my tires over to. Oh, that takes a round though. Never mind.
Well, I mean, you've been sitting at the stop for a second. I'm gonna say it's okay.
Oh yeah, I can switch to off-road, which will negate that. But my handling threshold is just 1 for Mama Bear because I have improved handling.
Oh my gosh! All right, get 1 success then. To drive over a sidewalk filled with stuff and people. Do you guys want to provide any extra cover by firing out stun rounds at any local individuals that do have handguns to try to help clear the way, or maybe fire into the air to get people to scurry? Any stun blasts necessary from the Astral to kind of help clear stuff out? Or is it just going to be run over the sidewalk?
I'm not shooting at anybody that doesn't point guns at us. Having a gun is not a crime.
Okay.
I'm about to shoot you for just having a gun.
Okay. Nova?
She does whatever Steel Tiger does. But are we driving past them?
Driving over the sidewalk to get past them, right. And they are going to open fire here just real quick. I don't think any of their rounds are going to penetrate the arm on Mama Bear, but, you know.
I crack the window open a little and I say, no way, nerds. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. My Aries, 15 or whatever, disappeared from my character.
That's terrible. I mean, you did just go through Fate territory. I might have got onto your character sheets and started taking stuff off. But why would I do such a terrible thing?
I misplaced my things. I'm getting old.
Or they were stolen. Ba 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 ba.
Child, I bullied that tooth child and he took my stuff.
I pushed a button and it's 1 hit. Yeah, don't even. The damage on the gun is 5p. 1 hit is going to make it 5p. What's the armor on Mama Bear?
6.
Yeah, not worried about it. Moving forward, the gunshots will bounce off the exterior shell of Mama Bear, making a bunch of pingy noises as Nova yells out, calling them nerds. Following the tom-tom, which is telling you you shouldn't be driving on the sidewalk, you have no idea. You realize your mistake. You turned on one of the city tracking programs that's supposed to tell you, stay on the road, don't run red lights, be a good person. You don't remember turning it off, but you did. You must have. And now you flip it off, and it's there are 5 more routes you didn't even see. You're like, oh, I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm just going to keep that between. Whoopsie. But about 5 to 10 minutes later, you guys are coming around into a warehouse district. There is a decent amount of flooding here. Sections of the roads have collapsed, creating rather large potholes. The necessary sensors on Mama Bear is detecting them, so you guys are definitely fine. I don't know, does Mama Bear turn into a boat if need be? Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
Not yet.
You know, it's what you do. Ahead of you, there is a warehouse that seems to have some power to it, as the streetlights on the outside and lights are on the second floor. The contact said she would be inside. Now, as you guys are approaching, there is a vehicle parked outside, and it is one of those more older, fancier Mitsubishi Lunar something another. It's a nice size of a car. It's pretty, like, luxurious for, you know, being out here. Is a, you know, good, bad idea. I don't know how we want to take it, but it's definitely looks like something that might fall in the financial price range for a professor at a college. All right, this is the moment where you are now coming to the location where you meet the contact. Does anybody want to do anything else?
As we roll up, I sit up from the very back seat because I've been coasting in the astral this whole time. I sit up, I go, "Are we there yet?"
I believe so.
Awesome. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Wait, also have a question. Did we all use this professor's name when talking to me about this? Because I was definitely not around for the setup, but like, this is Professor Valiant, right?
So I don't know. That's a great question. Because I mean, you guys are toting along this person who you picked up and decided to kind of like, yeah, we'll bring her along. It's a mage. We could use a mage. So I'm assuming. Maybe? Have you guys mentioned the name of the person you're going to meet? Or you just, hey, go in the truck, we're going to go meet somebody? I mean, that's not weird.
Yeah,
seems like
pretty much.
I think I would have just referred to them as like that college professor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Convoy or Cole, would you guys have dropped the bomb? Revealed the name of the contact?
I feel as though when telling everyone about the time and place, I would have just haphazardly sent a copy of the message around where it does have the name.
That answers your question then.
Okay, so then we would have the professor's name.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that means nothing to me.
You're right.
It doesn't mean nothing to me, though. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It's so crazy. Like, you know, you're going to be meeting someone. Yeah, you got a lot of, like, interesting vibes going on. I'm going to let you take it however direction you want to. You said you were in the astral as they come to a stop?
Yeah.
Okay, so... Rem, can you describe the astral at this location?
So being in the warehouse district, this seems to be like the back end of it. And so there's a bunch of different warehouses around. So in the astral, you see the buildings are all this big gray structured blobs. But you do see little peaks of auras that there are, that there's security around. Like there's people watching on the rooftops. There's a couple like slits in windows you can catch a little bit of an astral persona through. But it seems this part, other than the people watching, doesn't seem to be a lot of activity.
Would I be able?
There's one more thing that is important. Is this the meeting spot, Rem?
Yeah.
If this is the meeting spot, there would be something in the astral that would be visible from a distance, unless it was in a location that could not be seen from a distance. You remember what I was...
The...
Then if it can't be seen from a distance, it's that visible. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. I want surprises for the audience as well as the players. So, all right. So as you pop back out from the astral and relay all this information, or as you pop back out of the astral, are we there yet? Do you want to relay this information to everyone else?
Yeah, but I have a quick question. Would I be able to tell if the people who are security and watching, are they like just security for the neighborhood, or are they specifically watching this location? Can I tell that?
That would be an astral perception roll.
I'll do that. That sounds fun.
Rem, could you set a difficulty?
3.
Sounds good.
3. Here we go. Do. I don't. I get to use my sword for this specifically. It helps with the astral. Boop. 5. Are they looking at us?
I mean, they see you. They're alert, but not threatened. Their aura seems to have like an expectation of a group of runners arriving. So there's no there's an alertness, but there's no like threat.
Okay. Then I do say that, are we there yet? And when everybody rolls their eyes, you may say, just kidding, I was just testing you. We're obviously here. There's people. We're not the only ones around. Just so you know, they're like all on the roofs and stuff, okay?
How many?
I tell them how many. I don't remember if you gave me a number.
We'll say
go ahead.
4.
4.
I'm imagining 3 buildings, so like probably about 7.
Okay, even better.
4 to 7.
Are they armed?
Yeah. Oh yeah. But they're not, they're not enemies yet. They're expecting us.
Where? He's just gonna start skating up at the rooftops. He's just gonna where or on which buildings?
Can I point them out to him?
Yes. We'll give Chris an edge because he's being guided. You're going to make a perception. Do you have infrared?
I have all of the eyes.
So that'll give you another edge. So you have 2 edge to make this perception check. It is raining outside, so we're going to move the difficulty up to 4. If you're successful and you make 5 successes, you pre-lock onto them with your...
4.
All right. So you're aware of them. You also have 2 extra edge if you want to modify that dice roll.
I do. Yeah, I have 5. Yeah, so I'll use the 2 to bump the 4 to a 5.
Excellent. Your computer goes ahead and your internal computer goes ahead and make locks on them, distancing, range finding, and all other necessary things, including laying out arcing patterns for necessary grenade launches from either you throwing them or launching them from your knee. Or is that your elbow?
No, that's my knee. Yeah, you got it right. He's going to try to get a vantage on an opposite warehouse, the one that doesn't have people on it, and he's going to try to cover. He's going to tell everybody to go ahead with the meat, and then I'll try to cover you from out here in case something happens.
That's the interesting thing. The nearby warehouses, they've collapsed in, so they have no roofs for you to take advantage on. You'll be going at least a block's distance away to get to an advantage point. So if something does happen, you will be at least 400 plus yards away from your teammates who will be inside of a building. I mean, you can do it.
Never mind.
All right. Don't split the team. I hear that quietly under your breath. Anyone else? No. Convoy, you pull up alongside this car and park. It's parked up on a slightly raised concrete slab in comparison to the ground around you. And there's a door near this concrete slab that goes into the building. The hallway is slightly lit. You can see that most of the clutter has been cleared away. And you were told 2nd floor. So you know it's not on the 1st floor of this building. So far, everything's matched up with what our Cole suggested, said, as far as it goes for the meet, the time, and there are people here. What's your next step?
Are we not just gonna go in? This is weird.
I'm just gonna go in.
Yeah, let's just...
All right. It's like going down to the Sonny's barbecue. Everybody just gets out and starts piling in.
I have a helmet though that I use, and I'm gonna just put it on my squishy head.
Right. That's a fair question, but I should not assume. Who else is putting on a mask?
I have a lower face mask.
That's 1. There's 2.
Putting on
3,
a mask here as well.
4. There's only 1 person left. Are you putting on a mask?
Wait,
They're all
if
putting on
everyone-
bandit masks.
I didn't bring one of those. Oh my
I
god.
can give you some sunglasses here.
No, it's okay because I just cast physical mask on myself.
You can.
Okay. So what do I want to look like? Ooh,
They're walking down the hall. Are you walking and trying to decide your appearance, or are you like hanging back at the truck as they're leaving?
no, I'll kind of walk back and behind them, and I'm trying to figure out like what I want to look like. I think I'm ultimately.
Is it internal monologue? Because if it's not, it's like, guys, should I wear glasses?
No, it's absolutely happening out loud. But then I look over and I'm like, actually, and then can I make myself look identical to Arcole?
Yes, you can. All right, mask and all, there are now 2 Arcoles.
My heart is torn into 2 separate places.
Ascending the rickety steel and concrete stairs, you make it to the 2nd floor. There's a pair of double doors opening up into a larger warehouse area that has remained clear and well maintained. Rem, is there anything else they need to know before they walk in? Something they might see, an obvious thing.
Not yet.
Cool. Who's taking the lead on this one? Steel Tiger, Nova?
I'll take point. Or unless you want to take point. No.
Not all you, bud. I just walked in first. You got this.
Okay. I will be switching between different vision types, trying to see if there's any, like radio mines or like laser tripwires or I don't know, like.
Go ahead and make a perception roll. Yeah. And while you're doing that, give a quick description of your character for Rem. And Rem, give a description of Professor Valiant as the first of them are showing up.
As you're taking a look around, you hear from the doorway ahead. Come now, there's no need for that, dear. It's interesting because Techno Siren, you recognize the voice, so you feel like it's talking to you, even though it was kind of addressing the weird spy moves that Steel Tiger's doing. So you see Curie as you round the corner, and she's sitting in just like a folding chair with a bunch of others spread around. And she's sitting cross-legged. She's in her late 60s, she looks like. It's bizarre for you, Techno, because it seems like she's used some sort of physical mask for you before, but this is all her. You see a white lab coat that has lots of wear on it. You see her hair's pulled back. It's gray, but it's twisted back into a bun out of her face. And she's sitting there like not a usual kind of Mr. Johnson meet or fixer meet where like there seems to be no pretensions. Like there's no air of fear or condescension. It's just like waiting for friends to show up in a creepy warehouse. It's fine.
But the voice was Professor Valiant. The name was Professor Valiant. The voice you just heard was Professor Valiant, but sitting before you. So there is definitely a little bit of a dissociation between what you expected and what you've seen. Steel Tiger, give a quick description of yourself.
Steel Tiger is a Japanese man in his late 50s. He is, it's like, 58, I want to say. And he is typically dressed in very high-class garment, a lot of silk and whatnot, and he tries to keep a even keel a lot of times, even though some of the jokester will come out from here and there. Yeah, and his eyes are constantly changing color and shape as he's switching through the different spectrums of light, making sure that we don't get got. But otherwise, from the neck up, he seems fine. But concealed under all of the robes, you can kind of hear quiet like whirs of gears and different doodads as he, like Nova, is mostly robot.
Any visible weapons?
Any visible weapons? No.
Oh, great. What about Nova?
Nova looks like a 20-year-old young elf girl. She's wearing modern clothes, but it's the same her overall from many, many years ago.
You look fantastic, and I hate you for it.
Oh my god! Curie?
It's good to see you, Nova.
You've been terrible! I'll tell you what. I can recommend to you a really nice cryo chamber. It did wonders.
You haven't changed a bit. It's lovely to see you.
It's good to see you too. I'm glad to see a familiar face finally. I'm a little surprised you're here though.
So you two know each other, I take it.
Yeah.
So this is what you should actually look like.
No, I'm still an elf.
Oh, okay.
She might still age slower, but when we were of similar age, and, you know, one of us wasn't frozen in time for a few decades.
Yeah, you really miss a lot when you're frozen.
Arkol peeks out from the back and goes, "What are you talking about? You look exactly the same to me. You were both purely Abuelita."
I bop him on the head saying, "You're Arkol."
Arkol, it is lovely to see you.
How do you...
So you must be Steel Tiger, and that would make you, the one begins with a C, right? Convoy.
Yes.
But there is still one Arkol that hasn't talked.
Yeah, how did you know it was...
Like I said, dear, there's no need for that.
And I do my best Arkol impression, and I go, but what? How you?
We're both doing it back and forth now.
Who? Hey, you? How?
Steel Tiger is confused.
We run around in circles around each other to try to confuse Curie.
You know I can see your aura, correct?
Dang it! Wait, but who are you?
Forget how magic worked.
No. Who? What is happening here? I feel very confused. And I'll drop my mask.
That's understandable. For the record, we do need to speak about your reconnaissance beforehand. You did well to look at the building from the outside, but you should really use your ability to scape out what's going on inside so you know what you're walking into.
See, she understands. I've been trying to tell them to do legwork forever.
And
okay, I'm going to cut in here real quick. I want to add emotion onto what Techno Siren, just to kind of like, you hear your teacher teaching you. Like, it is, you get that, oh man. Go ahead, Arkol.
I was just going to say, and as Techno Siren probably realizes there's no point in doing a physical mask, you watch her turn from a 20-something year old kind of just off-putting looking scrawnier guy with just an awful man bun into
Techno siren.
Like, yeah, I'm 6 feet tall with long blonde hair and like club makeup on, wearing like a black catsuit, and yeah.
And is that how you usually dress for training?
No, absolutely not. Nope. This is my super cool runner gear. I'm trying to look extra badass. So no, this is not how you would have seen me in school.
She definitely kind of eyebrows raised, looks you up and down, and goes, that's a very cat burglar choice of you.
That's exactly what I was going for. Thank you. Oh my god. Wait, but I'm still so confused. So, by the way, you would know me as Amanda Crayhorn. By the way, you can Techno Siren. I'm Techno Siren here. But wait, I still feel like I'm talking to somebody that I know, but I don't know you. This is so weird. Oh my god.
So, hello everyone. My runner name is Curie. That's how you can address me if Professor Valent doesn't work for you. But I am, one of my aliases is Professor Valiant, and I've been a runner for decades, give or take. I have been training Techno Siren in her arcane abilities and growth. I have run with Nova years ago. Clearly I've been through a few things since then. But, and then, dear Arkle, I know what you've been through, and I'm glad to see you on the other side of it.
How do you know?
She kind of looks around to the rest of the group and changes the subject a bit. You kind of get the feeling where it's like she's not sure if you'd be comfortable talking about your past in front of the group or not. So she kind of leaves it as is and goes, good to see you've put a competent team together. So I believe you are waiting for something from me, correct?
Yeah, we've got these reagents. Can you reach out to Icarus for us again so that we can get those sins?
You see kind of like this, it's almost like a facial eye twitch or something like that, but it's something a little different, and you see like a little blurred gold kind of rush around her her face. And she goes, go find Icarus, please. And you don't see what she was talking to, but if you look, Amanda, into the astral, you see her summon a Watcher Spirit and send it off.
In class, Watcher Spirits are part of a ritual that take minutes to maybe an hour if you fumble your way through it. For you, you never succeeded because it's a summoning. But the speed and alacrity that she did that, the gestures and the nuances, your character with her disqualification makes it like looking at high-end math, and all you've ever seen is just 1 + 1. There's a short bit of time as the Watcher returns, because Watchers are just that fast. And the simple words that dance musically through the astral to your ears is, I can't find him. He doesn't exist. And we cut to commercial.
Dun-dun-dun.
I wasn't prepared. All right. So,
Yeah.
tonight, again, we're giving away The Vault. It's a rules compendium for everyday heroes by Evil Genius Games, and you can enter in by typing in #RemPC in the chat. Our winner is going to be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whisperers. You can get an additional 7 entries tonight if you subscribe to Gen Con TV. And don't forget, for every 100 bits you donate, you get another entry. Not only that, you can help us players when you donate. For 100 bits, you can give one of us a nerf to use. That's an additional 3 dice we can add to a roll. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. But you don't have to just choose a player. You can also choose Max. Fun. But anyway, stay tuned and enjoy the commercials, and we'll be right back.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
We do
There's a-
awkward wave every time we come back from break.
Oh yes.
And when we
Absolutely,
leave
yeah.
too.
Go when we leave.
Going
same thing.
away, coming back in.
It's the new awkward car ride. Ah.
And we got to do our own thing, you know. We can't keep copying greatness. We try just to like exist in its shadow as best as possible.
That's funny.
You feel tension, Marie. It's definitely not what you were expecting. Although you're not worried about it, I'm sure you're not worried about it, but that's not the results from your watcher that you were expecting. No one else here is peeking in the astral except for you. So no one else is aware of your watcher returning. Your student might be... You are actually probably blessed that your student here in front of you, although she is a great caster, she is in... Her conjuring skills are below the number of 0. Like, you have tried to instill... Like, she can't even banish little sparklings that appear in class and stuff. But it's okay, she's still good at other things. So you're not sure if she knows how quick the turnaround on a Watcher Spirit should be. But there you are, paused in the moment. Everyone else can make a perception to notice Marie pauses. Just, you can make a perception. I'm going to make it damn well hard. You need 7 successes to notice that she went, Anybody? Nope. That's a no. That's a no.
At this point, I'm
No,
not
no.
trying to. I'm not trying to read into it. At this point, if she already knows, seemingly this much about me.
Cool. So, as you've got this moment, you've paused. How do you want to move forward?
Something's wrong. Come with me. And she turns and leaves the room. She just expects everyone to follow. Nova, that's familiar for you.
Yeah, that's real similar. I'm usually used to her just falling down on the ground, but this is different a little bit. It's like adjacent. It's the new her.
Now she has to lay down very slowly. It's no big deal.
Because if you fall straight down, you might break a hip.
Yeah.
Ah! I need healing. Someone get a healing spell. I'm down. I'm on the ground. I've fallen. I can't get up.
Yeah.
So she does. I assume everyone's following, right?
Yes.
I'd probably be the first one behind you just by the habit. Like, oh, yeah.
So she leads you through this warehouse and out and into the next warehouse. She leads you through a few of these in this complex, and you notice they start getting busier. The guards that are at the entrances, they are almost all orcs. And some of them have a sigil, so it's an orc gang that's running security basically on this. And as you get deeper and deeper, you see like a lot of homemade structures set up, like shacks and stuff like that. They're all inside these warehouses, but it starts to look kind of residential in terms of a rundown residential place. And then as she leads you through, it starts getting busier and busier, and you actually see kind of a marketplace at one point. But she keeps leading you on, and there's actually an office that is set up to almost like an office space in the warehouse, but it's got some standing wooden walls. So that you can't see like the windows. You'd have to like walk into the wooden area to actually see the windows and the doors. She looks at Amanda and says, "Drop any astral perception. We're going through a ward," and moves on in. No one else can see or feel anything, but if you want to take a look, you see that the wooden wall in the astral is covered in blue light, where basically like if you were to step through, it's a magical wall that would do something if you were to walk through it with any magic up. But once you're through, you're able to use it again. So she takes you into the office, and it's all set up like a bedroom. And she actually has some of the wooden structure is set back a little ways, and you would know that this is her lodge, basically. So this is where she's made camp. So, as she gets there, she's moving and kind of explaining. The Watcher, Icarus knows we had an appointment at this time on this day in this place and should have been close by. The Watcher cannot find him, so he may have been banished, he may have left, but I'm going to attempt a summoning of him to get him here, but in case he was disrupted, I don't want to do it publicly. So as she moves you all in, have a seat wherever, and she's gonna go ahead and try to summon Icarus. She's gonna put, what, do you know what force he is?
The last time you saw him, he was a force 9.
Cool. All right, so she's gonna...
You don't have to... If he's been banished, that's good news, because that means you don't have to pull him back at this new force rating that he was at. You can pull him in at a lower force rating, and then he can just figure it out on his own. He is an entity, and you're basically calling the entity because you know his real name.
I'm a big girl now, okay? I can summon him at a force 9.
You wouldn't happen to have any pots or like a tea set or anything, would you?
Around the corner, in the study.
I'm gonna go, sir. I'm gonna make some tea while she's doing her ritual stuff.
All right, so I'm gonna roll. Bring in roll 20 back. There it is. All right, so I'm gonna roll. 12.
Yeah, Convoy is checking on the state of Mama Bear.
You have moved through several warehouses and some distance, and these buildings are a little bit more toward the underground. You have taken steps downward as you've moved about and through the rain. And so Mama Bear is safe as far as no security alarms have been kicked off, but there's a decent amount of thickness between where you're at and where Mama Bear is.
Oh, why is it doing the thing?
Because you have to set up the actual, like, oh, hey, this is the number, it's got to be...
Oh, that's right, it has a formula. But I can count. So I rolled it twice, so I'll take the first one. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I only got 3 hits. Let's spend 4 edge to post edge that.
Go for it.
What is wrong with roll 20?
The struggle.
1, 2, 3. So you're looking at 6. All right, 1 second. Blah, blah, blah. Shadow run, shadow run. Is it put here? Nope.
I remember this. I'm gonna go get my dice.
So, now the Spirit's Force times 2 is 18.
Yep.
And I generally like default to automatically picking, but Icarus knows you, and so although it's in his nature to resist you, instead of just picking automatic successes, which would be, I don't know, 18 divided by 3 is 6. You got 6. He's going to roll on the attempts to get worse. Also, if I roll, people can spend edge to negate his dice rolls. So 18, the D6s, not D20s. 5. Now we need to do the drain.
Yes.
Did you want to spend at least 5 reagents to give yourself an extra edge on all of this?
Yeah.
Such as resisting the drain and stuff like that, so that you have that going for you. Come on. Go to it. Bam.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm good.
You are. I think only though you only have one, because the difference of 6 and 5 is 1, so you only got 1. Like, that's it.
Okay.
So there is, while tea is brewing, magic is flowing. Techno Siren, do you want to do anything to assist, or just try to stay out of the way?
Can I, being incompetent in conjuring, or would I just muck things up?
You would roll your magic roll at disadvantage, and if you were successful in getting any hits, they would create extra dice to assist Maria. If you make no successes, that's fine, but if you get at least 1 and no hits, you botch her summoning. So you run a small risk of completely destroying her efforts.
Is Maria's first... Is it Maria Valiant? Is that what?
Curie. I keep
Curie,
saying
okay.
Curie. Maria Curie. Valiant's first name was something else. Roxana.
You said if I get even just 1?
Yep, you botch it for her.
No, I can't do that.
You're gonna resist the urge to help?
Yeah, but I would definitely be sitting crisscross applesauce, like right in front of you, and like sensing what's going on the astral plane. Like, I'm here, I'm in it. I'm like, you have my moral support, but I'm not gonna mess this up for you.
I appreciate that, because I might have to slap your hand if you...
You start helping, she's like, no!
Nope, not with this.
You remember the last time I tried to summon something? That was wild.
Here's a book. Read about wolves.
Like in mid-casting, you're like, just throw a book at her? Is that what we're doing now? Go back to learning something. Awesome. Awesome. There is a briefest of moments where the air in the room stops moving. The mist coming from the teapot stops rising, and the chill in this tiny office goes to near subarctic temperatures, as everyone can see their breath rolling out, and the few candles lit in the room dim, the lights flicker, and a presence enters the room on the astral that is felt in the real world. Magically attuned individuals can definitely tell that he has arrived. Non-magical individuals can just feels like there's a ghost here, like, ooh, skin crawling. If you still have skin left. Peering upon the astral, Icarus has a general appearance of a humanoid figure, something of a large, dumpy human with malformed wings. He has always just been more blob-like than he has been refined and beautiful. He, whatever for reasons, is just how Icarus has always looked, but he is dimmed and not 100% himself, because normally he has got this radiance about him, and he holds himself in a very majestic way as he sees himself as a purveyor or provider for help. He sees himself as a being from another place who comes here to Earth to help everyone. He wants to help and make money.
Are
Not
you
necessarily
alright?
in that order. Banished. I was banished. And there's a moment where his essence frits or wavers back and forth. I saw a clawed hand, and not like that of a Shadem or a ghoul. It was a scaled. He frits, moves for a moment, as you can see. He still retains damage by being ripped asunder by whatever banished him. A scaled hand. It was a dragon. It was a great worm.
Mentally, I'm gonna ask, not horizontal as technology, was it?
No, I do not know. I was laid upon. I was summoned for help from one of our contacts. He can see that you're not alone, so he's not going to use words because you haven't given him the, hey, it's okay side. So he's like, I went to go see one of our contacts, and then I was laid upon by the dragon and banished. I had no recourse. The person I went to go meet knows of this meeting right now.
Are you talking, I again, mentally rather than out loud? Are you talking Yokomi or Redstone or, there's one more that I'm trying to find in my,
In your short notes? Yeah, okay.
blah, 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 blah.
In the notes.
Or Hex.
It was Yakomi. We were supposed to meet. I did not understand the betrayal. He is the one who set this up. He is the one who wanted this all to happen. He is the one who wanted them all to meet. Was he not on our side for all of this?
So, if he does not want us to complete, if he does not want the team to complete their mission, that makes the mission all the more important.
But why would he turn? Mortals confuse me. Speak words so that I can understand. Why would he do this? We had a dream. We had a goal. And he has lied to me.
He likes money.
All right. Perceptions from the rest of the players who are not occupied with the magic of this. This perception is sound-based. Spirits, even free spirits, they have their own mentality. They have their own version of what the world looks like, works like in comparison to us. We can try to understand it. We could probably put it together after a while. But deception is definitely one of those things that they can do, but it's not easy for them. And it's also not easy for them to understand deception. It's not that they innately trust everyone and everything. It's just they feel that there are tasks that they become devoted to, hence why summoning works the way that it does, even though it is a form of imprisonment. Free spirits can make this choice to do these actions, but they still suffer from that disillusion of what dishonesty, lying, conning, cheating, they don't come natural to spirits. So he is broken, in a sense, emotionally. And so, Techno Siren and Curie, you both can feel his feelings. Because he, at a level Force 9, he can affect the background almost instantly.
Icarus, it upsets me to know what you've experienced. And I hate to ask you to relive it, but can you show me what this claw looked like?
I am bound to you for one task. And this I will do. And use of manipulation, magics, and illusions, the spirit disperses and creates a point in time where you see him descending, moving from the astral into the physical world, and alighting on a large, dilapidated air deck that's part of a multi-story building. The air deck has no helicopter, and few weeds have grown sparsely in different places, and the air is filled with rain and the whatnot, and on the air deck is Yokomi. The elderly Asian man stands there amongst everything in his proudness. Even in the rain, he's got his little umbrella drone floating above him with its lights so you can see his face clearly. And Icarus lights, moves forward, shedding his brilliance across the entire deck. He speaks. Yakomi, you brought me here. What's the purpose of this meet? You've been very secretive. And Yakomi sits there and goes, things are changing. And things need to move in a different direction. Different direction, but why? And what do you speak of? We have a plan. We must stick to it. It's a good one. It can lead to the change we need. And Yakomi goes, I was wrong to believe so. And I have made a new friend who's going to help me be ready for what comes next. The change that's happening, that we're trying to stop, it's actually a good thing, Icarus. But unfortunately, you will never see that because you are a spirit and you do not see the world the way man sees the world, the way that the metahumans do. And then the thunderous motion all around this air deck and the remnants of this building is something titanic in size, crashes in with speed and alacrity, and as it happens, Icarus begins to whirl because Icarus, being a Force 9, his area in which to sense things around him, even dual-natured creatures like worms, is large. This worm was smart enough to plunge from the air in freefall before it crashed on the ground to smite him with one banishing blow. A large, mostly red-tinted coloration of scales and face, pierced deep from the darkness, a face that is somewhat familiar to you, Curie, one that you turned down, one that you walked away from. That's all you can see. That's all there is for just that briefest of moment. She's been gone. You have no idea where she went off to. You have no idea why she disappeared, just like the rest of them. They all curled up and disappeared. It has been 8 years since the last dragon has been seen by the public's eye. But tonight, one made an appearance.
Icarus, you have completed your task. You are a free spirit again.
I have not the energy. Now, call upon me in time. I must. And his voice is breaking, words becoming hard. One moon, soon, and you watch. Normally a dismissed spirit fades into existence, but you can see he fights to hold himself together before in the end he just falls into astral essence and magical pieces across the ground like broken chunks.
Nova.
Yes.
You remember Dr. Winters?
Yeah.
We have a problem, and I need your help.
Oh my god, I never thought I'd live to hear you say that.
Please do not make me regret it.
I promise.
She looks you guys over. And looks at Arcole and Techno Siren and Nova and says, "Do you trust Steel Tiger and Convoy?"
Absolutely.
In the words of Convoy, with everything I got,
I have a story to share with you. Cool. This sucks. All right, so.
Then maybe it's a good time to take a quick little break and come back after a commercial.
Yes. But first, For tonight's giveaway, drop a hashtag RemPC in the chat and you'll be entered in for a chance to win The Vault, a rules compendium for everyday heroes by Evil Genius Games. Our winner will be announced at the end of the episode and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. And you can get 7 additional entries if you subscribe to Gen Con TV today. And don't forget, for every 100 bits you donate, you get another entry. Not only that, you can help us players when you donate. For 100 bits, you can give one of us a nerf to use. That's an additional 3 dice we can add to a roll. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And if you are on the side of evil, you can choose to give those nerfs and edges to our Game Runner Max. So everyone stay tuned, enjoy the commercials, and we'll be right back.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell. 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 Spell.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. channel points. I believe it is 500 points gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player. Are we live?
You're muted, by the way.
Welcome back to the next part of the Shadowrun game. I totally didn't realize I was muted. Okay, what are we doing? Oh, right, playing a game here. Nova, you just got the attention of Kiri was got Kiri got your attention. Kiri, Nova, Kiri. I'm gonna shut up now.
So, there's a bit of a story here. So, decades ago, Nova and I actually kind of faced this dragon. She actually helped us with the problem by eliminating our enemies, but she wanted me to work for her, and I refused because you don't deal with a dragon. So I left town, but through the years, dodging her, I was given a job at one point, and I had to retrieve. The team had to retrieve these. They were called time crystals, and I got to keep 2 of them as part of the reward. And as I was holding them once, because, I look at Nova and go, of course I needed to research them and understand them, something happened. I experienced what I've been calling a spirit walk. I was able to see the future, or a potential future. Do you remember Dr. Redstone?
Oh yeah, the little gnomish guy.
Yeah, he had ex-wife problems, you see, back in the day, and we did some runs for and with him. He was a professor at the university as well. I saw him. Someone from the shadows, I couldn't make out who or what they were. They were controlling him, almost puppeting him. And the actions performed, 10 million people die in the future. I've been watching him since then, and I know that he's been doing some research with programs that allow him to look into the future as well. He's become a bit of a zealot for Horizon, unfortunately, and he's involved in a lot of their research programs.
That guy could never stay out of trouble.
No, he really can't. Kiri kind of closes her eyes and turns and looks at Arkol and says, "Dear, you were one of his experiments. And you were, I believe they put it, not meeting expectations, so they were going to remove you from the program, which meant removing you. So I know what it's like to be under someone else's control and not free to make your own decisions and live your own life. So I helped coordinate your escape. I've had an eye on you since then. Yokomi, are you aware of Yokomi as a group? No. He's a Japanese businessman. He has a lot of money and is very well connected. This is the one that Icarus was talking about with the dragon. He was on our side. He hated Horizon, or he told us he did, and he believed that Horizon's projects were working to remove precious resources from the earth. He was concerned that the actions of Horizon would lead to environmental collapse. So, Yukomi reached out to Hex Baron, who I believe Arkall had learned a few things from, and I with some assistance on finding a crew, a Shadowrun crew. So to an extent, it's not coincidental you all met. We wanted a good group, we had done our homework, and we arranged for you to get together. One of Hex's contacts found out, Steel Tiger, that you had a lot of money on your head. And the first mission of the group was to get you out of trouble. I found out that Nova was on ice in an Aztec crypt, and she had no date for being released. Of course, Aztec wouldn't care. So I got Arkall that information about Nova. And you've been doing remarkably well with your job since then. The job that you were to work now, Yukomi wanted you to sneak a bomb onto the space elevator and blow up one of its legs. One of the things you'd need is high-level sins to get you past security, and that would have to match your magical auras, which is what Icarus was supposed to help with. That leads us to now. We were following the plan, and for whatever reason, Yukomi has now switched sides. Maybe the dragon, Dr. Winters, is forcing him to. Perhaps it's a deal. Whatever the reason, we've lost Icarus for at least days, if not longer. And I don't know what's more important now, stopping Yukomi and Dr. Winters from whatever their plans are, or going through with the original plan, since it will hurt Yukomi. He obviously doesn't want it done anymore, which means it's valuable. I know
this is a lot to take in.
It is. It was a lot to read too.
I mean, you thought me to be a pawn.
I thought you to thaw you, Nova. I don't know the circumstances of you being put in that position, but...
I rejected being a manager for like the 50th time and they were sick of it.
Cool, so against your will, so I was right in that it was against your will and you should have been freed.
Well, yeah, but now I feel like it kind of feels like you guys orchestrated us getting together, right?
We absolutely did, to save 10 million lives.
At this point, Arkall is fuming towards Nova and says, You You can't talk to her that way. I was stuck in there for so long. If she is the reason why I got out, then who cares? Who cares what plan it was? We got out.
I mean, but maybe I don't want the responsibility of saving like 10 million lives.
The only thing that matters now is what we do from this point forward. Our circumstances of coming together have always been out of our hands, for the most part, right? Learning that Kiri might have had some hand in our getting together, it might be a little weird. But does any of you regret the time we spent together? Did not good come from it? And can more good come from our union now?
I mean, probably. But it always seems to feel like there's always someone telling me what to do. And I just want to make a choice for myself.
There's no one telling you what to do now.
Just consider it another Shadowrun job.
Would you like to leave? I'm sure that we could get you home. No one would think any less of you.
Noah kind of stands there and she's got her arms folded and she's pouting. And then she like kind of kicks at an invisible rock. And she points at Arkol all of a sudden and says, I'm older than you, don't talk to me like that. I'll be mad if I want to. And you, and then I point at Kiri, I want triple what you were going to pay us.
Done. No negotiation needed.
Quadruple. There's a dragon involved.
The other thing that I would like you to have access to, and the reason we've met here, is I went to Chicago when I left Nova, and I met a group there, my Shadowrun group, my home group. They were good people, and they had a vision for a place outside of corporate control, a place where the people in the shadows could live and support and uplift each other. He's lame as hell, so he called it Hoodville. But this is the Seattle branch. So this is a safe house. This is a safe location. We have collaborations with the local gangs for protection. We protect each other. And if they need Shadowrun team, we do them favors now and again. But there's a market, there's fixers, it could be a home. It was mine back in Chicago. So you have the resources of Hoodville 2 at your discretion.
Electric Boogaloo?
It definitely sounds like a name that BB would have come up with.
Oh.
What, nobody misses Billy?
I do. I was just wondering if those would be in syndication by now.
We covered what happened to Billy's movies.
He had movies, and he also had a TV show.
Yep, they took that too.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
I guess we're fighting a dragon.
and so you said that we're going to Chicago, or we just have the resources of Chicago?
The resources of here in Seattle, where we are right now, this warehouse district is Hoodville 2.
Okay.
We gotta work on that name.
Yes.
Please. Anything you like.
Hoodville 3. No.
Except that.
So, do we have any particulars on this dragon's whereabouts? Or
Haven't seen a dragon in 8 years.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he doesn't want us to blow up that elevator up to Emerald City, we should probably just do it if we want it to come out.
I'd recommend avoiding the dragon, if possible. Thwart its plans, but in secret.
I mean, we've fought name eaters and stuff. I think we'll be okay.
Now, speak for yourself, Nova. Now, how can it be secret if the dragon knows what we're gonna do?
Arkol is now shoulder to shoulder with Convoy.
Are you two fusing together?
It makes the job a lot harder. Perhaps a distraction. Make them think you're somewhere else when you plan to act.
that would most likely be a job for Arkol. Do you like your computer shenanigans, draw them into some quadrant while we are actually planting C4 over here, right? Is that what you're kind of getting at, Kira?
What?
You said make a distraction and then blow it up, right?
Whatever you think. If make plans and make double the plans and make sure that you're loud about one of them. And that's what will draw them.
But if it bleeds, we can kill it.
I look at Amanda and go, never deal with a dragon. Please keep them safe and making intelligent choices.
Yeah, I actually look a little frightened, I think, over in the corner and don't really know that I signed up for this kind of level of stuff. I also have a quick question, because if I'm not mistaken, I think y'all have been keeping most of your mission secret from me, because Arkol freaked out when he found out that I live in the Emerald City. So how much of your, I feel like, did I just learn a lot that I didn't know, or am I...
All right, we're gonna go to a quick 5-minute break, everybody. We'll be right back.
That's show business.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Oh yeah, awkward.
Yes, we got to do the whole awkward wave. So I was about to write out a huge message to Cruel Angel. Definitely make cheat sheets. I should have made more cheat sheets before I started all this. The cheat sheets are amazing. Keep it simple, straightforward. Make sure to write stuff about the lore and whatnot that you're going to utilize. Helps out wonderfully to have cheat sheets. But we're back now. And so as it is now getting later, and we want to resolve the storyline for tonight so that we can see where we're going next, and also find out who won the prize. We should probably get back to it.
Yes, it's time for my ad.
Yeah, we got to do your ad, the ad. Do the
Oh
ad.
wait, oh no, are we announcing the winners or are we?
No, wait, no.
Wait, what?
Ad? No.
We're all professionals here, ladies and people viewing. So yeah, anyway, for tonight's giveaway, drop a hashtag RunPC in the chat and you'll be entered for a chance to win the Vault, a rules compendium for everyday heroes by Evil Genius Games. Our winner is going to be announced at the end of the episode, and we reached out to you via Twitch Whispers, so get to typing, please. You can get 7 additional entries if you subscribe to Gen Con TV today. And don't forget, for every 100 bits you donate, you get another entry. Not only that, you can help us players when you donate. For 100 bits, you can give one of us a nerf to use. That's an additional 3 dice we can add to a roll. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge, and player includes Max, the game runner. So tune on in, and I'll announce the winner at the end.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the small office with all the accoutrements and the warmth has come back to it. Like, it is still maybe a little bit stuffy in this room with the candles burning and the amount of tension that has been risen, the conversations that have suddenly just been dropped out, the evidence that had been laid before you all. So this room probably doesn't feel very comfortable right now, but the sound outside has definitely broken the tension, and it sounds like cheering. Not like cheering or screaming, more like jubilations.
I'd like to zoom in my ear and see if I can hear exactly what they're cheering.
You hear music. A band playing.
Is it classical?
No. No.
Okay, so it's not the classicalists.
Yes, it's classicals from the early 1990s.
Oh, dude.
Because this is 2123. Like, that music is over 100 years old. Technically, it's a classic. Like Nirvana.
I'm hearing California Love.
Oh, yeah! Yes, the people outside in Not Hoodville 2 are having a bit of a party. That happiness, the sound that you can hear, the music's kicking up, it's kind of breaking all of the tension that's inside the room at this point in time.
It seems like there's a party going on outside. Is there a holiday? Is there a local holiday that we should be observing? You two say, looking at Kiri.
Not that I'm aware of.
Do bands typically just go down the street at what time is it?
It's about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night.
Or around 10 o'clock at night? On a Tuesday?
Wait, you said it's rainy, so maybe we could name this place Africa, and then there's rains down in Africa.
And just name the place Totoville.
Do you got eyes up there? Do you got people who are watching?
Let's take a break. Let's go check out whatever's going on, and then let's reconvene.
The whole area is safe, so have fun.
Oh, good. I could use a party right now. Come on, let's go. And I'm gonna try to grab Nova's hand and run out.
I take it. We run.
Great.
Yeah. A festival, sort of. Mostly a quick thrown to party. A popular, well-known older couple. Their daughter has had a baby. They run one of the local markets and have a band. And so at the late night, after the birth of the 2 children, because it was twins, they have decided to throw a festival together. They're playing music. I've got alcohol. And to some of your senses, you can smell roasting meat.
Actual meat?
Meat.
Tabby tots.
Tater tots.
Not tater tots. Tabby tots. And that's a throwback to our old Tuesday night Shadowrun game over on the Alternis channel.
Tabby tots.
Yeah.
Tabby on a stick.
No, exactly.
No cats were harmed in the making of this episode.
The people will openly, invite you into circles of music, dance, and parade. This elderly couple is revered in this area. Older human and older orc woman. Everybody's just super happy. Like the amount of smiles on people's faces, just is crazy.
I'll definitely grab a drink, or if I can, a bottle and and like a little glass, and I'll go off and like sit off in the corner and just watch everybody else have fun and do the old man like slow sipping thing.
Oh yeah.
Refilling his glass when he needs to, you know what I'm saying? But just enjoying the vibes and times of peace.
Nova and Techno Siren, do you guys like wander the crowds, go out dancing? It's not like slow dancing, it's fast paced, like very high end.
I'm gonna want to
music.
dance.
Okay.
I'm gonna want to dance, yeah.
Yeah, I go dance with her.
Awesome. Convoy? Do you have 2 left feet, or?
No, I know how to dance. I'll go up and I'll watch, but I've got my eyes elsewhere.
Arcole, as you've watched all this take place, you know of what they're doing. You've seen it on the Matrix and everything, but you found yourself in this office space alone with Curie as the door's been left open and everybody's just pretty much just stepped out to get away.
So how much do you know about me, about everything?
Now you'll never know.
Stoic face.
How much do you know about me, about everything?
I've watched Redstone long enough to know what he's working on. Been working on.
What was he trying to do with me? I don't like I know the general stuff, but it feels like he was just playing with me.
I'm so sorry for what you've been through. It was hard to see. I didn't know you until, or know of you until I saw the records that he was going to be giving up on you, but
Bill Tiger sends our whole message, I'll never give up on you.
Without Curie in the pan, he's still very much in the conversation, but he starts crying.
Emoji tears.
listen, there's been a lot of information tonight, so perhaps this is a conversation that we can have on the other side. Let's get the work done first.
I understand. Are you a dancer? Because I'm not.
No. Not even a little. However, I would partake in a beverage.
Me too. And Arkol starts heading off to go grab something to drink and over to Convoy.
And Maria follows as well. Into the crowd of people, and the libations, and the music, and the jubilations, and the door to the office slowly begins to close, and so does our gaze upon The last of our runners. When the door shuts, the lights dim, and the show ends. I'd like to thank you all for tuning in tonight for this wonderful part of the story as we head toward a climax, the moment where the group charges in and starts just digging into trying to do the job. We're at the point of the show where we talk about who won, we spend out some karma, and then we say goodnight. So I think the first thing we should do is the winner.
Yes. So tonight's winner for the giveaway of The Vault, a rules compendium for everyday heroes by Evil Genius Games, is Riopel. Congratulations. Check your Twitch whispers for a message from us on how to get your gift, or your giveaway gift. And for everyone else, you just gotta tune in next time and participate. Send the hashtag RunPC, donate some bits, subscribe.
Man. Okay, so I normally give 3 to 5 karma. Right now, at this point at the beginning of this game, my objective was to be as close to or a little beyond 100. I hit it right on the button because, that's how it's been weighed out. So moving forward, 3 to 5, the group's made 100. I kind of want to start segueing toward the next big kind of goal, see how they do. But tonight, there was a lot of stuff that just blew my mind and stood out. My good friend Rem stepped back into her character role, and she did amazing.
Aww.
Steel Tiger jumped into his character role and realized he had to be the glue that kind of settled the space. Nova's character growth tonight, if you did not notice it, was about the choices of freedom, which is one of those things that she herself is currently battling. Confusion and becoming part of this runner group has been very important for Technosiren as she's moved forward with her character development, desiring this change in lifestyle. Cole finding out that there is more going on. The same with Convoy finding out that this wasn't by accident. Convoy's past has always been under the control of someone else. I can only imagine how that's going to segue as we move forward. The role-playing tonight really made me happy. I kept putting my hand over my face because I was getting giddy with excitement because the way the development of the story was going. You guys have thrilled me with your skills as players. Thank you. Karma tonight is going to be 12. 5 is the normal max, but each one of my players has turned out to create a great game experience. And I have 6 wonderful players here. And then the audience and participation and whatnot, definitely worth that extra one. So 12 karma tonight to you guys. Thank you so much. It's been great.
Thanks, Max. It's been wonderful. And I think 12 is a record, right?
It is a really huge number. So at this point in time, we're looking at this being the last session for us this year, and we will be moving into the next year. Our first possible play date, I think, was the 18th, because I think most of us don't get back from vacation until about then. So if you're looking to catch up what happens next, January 18th is when this show will be picking up at most. If not, we'll kind of leave an announcement somewhere. I'm good. I'm done. I'm kind of choked up and a little bit dry in the throat here, so I'm just gonna sip my evil coffee.
I just holidays to everyone. I hope you all have a good, holiday time and make your New Year's resolutions to play more Shadowrun.
Much love, everybody. Be sure to enjoy your time with your families if you can, or your friends. Even better, your friends. But much love and have a great holidays.
Tell you what, for the holidays, we'll make the next giveaway on the 18th when y'all are back. I have Sledge, the Orc Street Samurai. We have a statuette that's about this high. It's worth like $200 or $250. And we'll do a giveaway of Sledge for the next.
That's fantastic.
I think I'm going to participate.
Marketing!
Yeah!
Oh, that sounds amazing.
If no one else has anything else to plug, I will say thank you so much for joining with us. I'm Max from Original Blockset. This is Rem Alternis over on Gen Con TV. Thanks so much and have a wonderful holidays. We'll see you in the new year. Good night, everybody.